The Arctic night was a void, black and endless, broken only by the howl of wind across the glacier. Station Glacis crouched like a wounded animal, its metal walls shuddering against the storm. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of diesel and fear. Dr. Elena Voss stood in the lab, her gloved hands trembling as she stared at the thing on the table. It wasn't just a body. It was a man, frozen for decades, his skin pale as bone, his clothes frayed relics of the 1950s. His wounds, a crushed skull, a throat slashed open, spoke of murder, but it was his eyes that clawed at her soul. They were open, unblinking, staring through the frost as if they knew her. The team had found him that morning, embedded in the glacier during an ice core extraction. Now, as the storm trapped them inside, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that they'd brought something else into the station. Something alive. She adjusted the lamp, its light casting jagged shadows across the lab. The corpse's name, they'd learned, was Thomas Harrow, an explorer who vanished in 1954. His expedition had been chasing a myth, a mineral deposit said to lie beneath the ice, but none returned. The station's archives held fragments of his story, a charismatic leader, a driven man, betrayed by someone he trusted. Elena's fingers brushed the journal she'd found, its pages brittle, the words he trusted the wrong man, underlined in faded ink. She'd read it alone in the archive room, the station's lights flickering, a cold deeper than physics, a loud settling into her bones. Something had been behind her then, its presence heavy, its breath a rasp against her neck. When she turned, there was nothing. But she knew better. The Arctic didn't play tricks. It kept secrets. The lab door creaked, and Elena flinched. "DR." Liam Carter stepped inside, his face drawn. "You shouldn't be here alone," he said, glancing at the corpse. "Mark's acting strange. Keeps talking about voices." Elena nodded, her throat tight. Mark Reynolds, the geologist, had been the first to touch the body, his hands lingering on the ice. Now, he spent hours by the storage unit, muttering. Sarah Nguyen, the engineer, wasn't much better. She'd seen something in her bunkroom mirror, a face that wasn't hers. Even Liam, the skeptic, couldn't explain the equipment failures. Radios spitting static, sensors dying. Lights dimming for no reason. Elena wanted to believe it was the storm, the isolation, but the blood changed everything. It had appeared that afternoon, seeping from the ice where the corpse was stored, pooling on the floor like an accusation. They'd cleaned it, but the stain remained, faint and red, like a wound that wouldn't close. Elena's past haunted her as much as the corpse. She'd come to the Arctic to escape. 5 years ago, she'd lost Daniel, her colleague and closest friend, to a crevasse during a research trip. The guilt still gnawed at her, a weight she carried in every step. The glacier seemed to know, whispering her failures in the dark. Last night, she dreamed of Thomas Harrow's final moments. A knife, a friend's smile, the ice swallowing his scream. She woke gasping, her hands numb with frostbite that vanished by morning. The dream wasn't hers. It was his. Thomas wasn't just dead. He was awake, and he wanted something. Justice, maybe, or revenge. The station groaned, the storm's fury rattling the walls. Elena's radio crackled, Sarah's voice cutting through. "Elena, get to the common room. Now." The urgency made her stomach twist. She and Liam hurried through the corridors, the air growing colder with each step. In the common room, the team was gathered, their faces pale. Mark stood by the window, staring into the blizzard. Sarah pointed to the floor. There, scratched into the metal, was a single word: Thomas. No one admitted to writing it. Outside, the wind screamed, and Elena swore she heard a voice within it, low and deliberate, saying her name. The corpse was in the lab, but its presence was here, in the walls, in the ice in them. This was no accident. Thomas Harrow's murder had stained the glacier, and the glacier remembered. Elena's mind raced, piecing together the journal's clues. The betrayal, the expedition's failure. The station's founder, a man whose name adorned the main hall, were all connected. But the entity didn't care about answers. It wanted blood. As the team argued, Mark turned, his eyes glassy, and whispered, "He's coming." The lights flickered, plunging them into darkness. Somewhere in the station, a door slammed. Footsteps echoed, too heavy, too deliberate. Elena's heart pounded. The storm wasn't the only thing trapping them. The ice had woken, and it was hungry. What happens next in this frozen nightmare? Subscribe to Eli Nightfall for the next chapter of this supernatural thriller audiobook, and hit the bell so you don't miss a single chilling moment. Like and comment below. Have you ever felt a presence that shouldn't be there? Share your thoughts, and let's unravel this mystery together. Chapter 1. The Crack in the Ice. The Arctic was a graveyard of light, where the sun barely stirred above the horizon before sinking back into darkness. Station Glacis clung to the edge of a glacier, its prefabricated modules half buried in snow, a speck of human defiance against an endless white void. Inside, the air was sharp with the tang of diesel and the faint, metallic bite of frost. Dr. Elena Voss stood in the lab, her breath clouding in the dim glow of a heat lamp, her gloved hands steady as she adjusted a core sample. The ice cylinder, extracted that morning, gleamed under the light, its layers a frozen record of centuries. But it wasn't the ice that held her attention. It was the thing they'd found inside it. A man, perfectly preserved, his body curled in a crevasse like a secret the glacier had kept for decades. His skin was pale as bone, his clothes tattered relics of another era, and his wounds, a crushed skull, a slashed throat, told a story of violence. But it was his eyes that stopped her heart. They were open, unclouded, staring through the frost as if they could see her. Elena's pulse quickened, a primal instinct whispering that she was being watched. She forced herself to look away, focusing on the lab's cluttered tables. Microscopes, laptops, a thermos of coffee long gone cold. The station was a lifeline for the 6 scientists stationed here, a maze of corridors and modules built to withstand the Arctic's wrath. But today it felt smaller, the walls pressing in. Elena's team had been drilling for weeks, pulling up ice cores to study ancient climates. But this discovery changed everything. The corpse wasn't just a find, it was a violation. Something the glacier hadn't meant to give up. She glanced at Dr. Liam Carter, the team's biologist, who was hunched over a monitor, his face lit by the screen's glow. "Anything?" she asked, her voice steady despite the unease coiling in her gut. Liam shook his head, his brow furrowed. "No bacteria, no dica." It's like he was frozen the moment he died. Doesn't make sense. His skepticism was a comfort, a tether to reason, but it didn't explain the cold that lingered in the room, deeper than the sub-zero air should allow. The lab door swung open, admitting a gust of frigid air and Saren Gwyn, the station's engineer. Her parka was dusted with snow, her cheeks flushed from the wind. "Storm's picking up," she said, pulling off her gloves. "We're grounded until it passes." And Mark's still out there, staring at the drill site like a damn statue. Elena frowned. Mark Reynolds, the geologist, had been the first to spot the body, his flashlight catching the glint of frozen flesh in the ice. He'd been quiet since, his usual chatter replaced by a distant intensity that set her nerves on edge. "I'll talk to him," Elena said, though the thought of venturing into the storm made her skin prickle. Sarah hesitated, then lowered her voice. "He said something weird. Said the ice wanted us to find it. Like it was alive." Liam snorted, but Elena's stomach twisted. The Arctic had a way of bending the mind, of making you see intent where there was none. Or so she told herself. She pulled on her parka and stepped into the corridor, the station's hum of generators fading as she approached the outer hatch. The wind screamed outside, a feral sound that drowned out thought. She pushed open the door, snow stinging her face as she squinted into the blizzard. The drill site was 100 yards away, marked by floodlights that flickered in the storm. Mark stood there, a dark silhouette against the ice, unmoving. Elena trudged toward him, her boots sinking into fresh snow, the cold biting through her layers. "Mark!" she shouted, her voice swallowed by the wind. He didn't turn. As she reached him, she saw his face, pale and drawn, his eyes fixed on the crevasse where they'd found the body. "What are you doing out here?" she demanded, grabbing his arm. He blinked, as if waking from a dream, and muttered, "It's not done with us." Before she could press him, a low groan echoed from the glacier, a sound like stones splitting. The ice beneath their feet trembled, and Elena's heart lurched. It was just the storm, she told herself, just the ice settling. But Mark's eyes, wide and unblinking, said otherwise. Back inside, the team gathered in the common room, a cramped space with mismatched chairs and a coffee machine that never worked. The corpse was now in the storage unit, sealed behind a reinforced door. But its presence lingered like a shadow. Elena sat across from Mark, who stared at his hands, his fingers twitching. Liam leaned against the wall, arms crossed, while Sarah paced, her nervous energy filling the room. The other two team members, Dr. Clara Holt, the climatologist, and Tom Brennan, the logistics coordinator, sat quietly, their faces tight with unease. "We need to report this," Clara said, breaking the silence. "It's not just a body. It's a crime scene." Tom nodded, but his eyes darted to the window, where snow battered the glass. "No signal in this storm. We're cut off." Elena's mind raced. The body was old, maybe decades, but the wounds were too precise, too deliberate. Murder, not an accident. And those eyes, God, those eyes. Sarah stopped pacing, her voice low. "I checked the storage unit. The temperature's dropping in there, even with the heaters on. And I heard something, like whispering." Liam rolled his eyes. "It's the wind, Sarah. You're letting this place get to you." But Elena saw the flicker of doubt in his expression. She'd heard it too, last night, lying in her bunk. A faint murmur, like voices just beyond the wall, speaking words she couldn't catch. She hadn't told anyone, not wanting to feed the growing tension. But now, with Mark's strange behavior and Sarah's fear, she couldn't ignore it. "We'll examine it tomorrow," she said, trying to sound authoritative. "Get a better look, figure out who he was. Until then, we stay calm." The team nodded, but the air was thick with distrust, as if the corpse had brought something else into the station, something that thrived on their fear. Elena returned to her quarters, a small room with a cot, a desk, and a single window frosted over with ice. She sat on the bed, her hands shaking as she opened the journal she'd found in the archives. Its pages were brittle, the handwriting faded but legible. It belonged to a member of a 1950s expedition, led by a man named Thomas Harrow. The entries described a charismatic explorer driven by ambition, leading a team to find a mineral deposit rumored to lie beneath the glacier. But the tone shifted in later pages, hinting at tension, mistrust, and a betrayal. One line stood out, underlined in shaky ink. "He trusted the wrong man." Elena's throat tightened. Thomas Harrow. The name fit the corpse, his outdated clothing, his wounds. But how had he ended up in the ice? And why did the glacier feel alive with his pain? She closed the journal, her eyes drawn to the window. The storm raged outside, but for a moment, the wind seemed to pause, and she saw something in the glass. Not her reflection, but a face, pale and hollow, its eyes locked on hers. She gasped, stumbling back, her heart pounding. When she looked again, it was gone, just her own wide-eyed stare. Sleep was impossible after that. She lay in the dark, the station's groans blending with the wind, and heard it again, the whispering. It wasn't the storm. It was deliberate, a voice forming a single word. Elena. She sat up, her breath hitching, and checked the door. Locked. The room was empty, but the cold was deeper now, seeping into her bones. And she knew, with a certainty that chilled her more than the Arctic, that she wasn't alone. The next morning, the team gathered in the lab, their faces haggard from sleeplessness. The storage unit door was open, the corpse lying on a steel table, its eyes still open, still watching. Liam began a preliminary exam, his hands steady but his voice tight. Male, mid-30s, severe trauma to the skull and throat. No frostbite, no decay. It's like he was alive yesterday. Sarah stood by the door, refusing to come closer. Martha was too close, his fingers brushing the corpse's arm. "He's not gone," he whispered, and Elena's skin crawled. She noticed something then, a faint stain on the floor, red and glistening, seeping from the ice beneath the table. Blood. Impossible after all these years. But there it was, pooling like a warning. The lights flickered, and a low hum filled the room. Not from the generators, but from the ice itself. Elena's radio crackled, static bursting into a single, clear word. Thomas. The team froze, their eyes meeting in silent horror. The corpse didn't move, but Elena felt its gaze shift, locking onto her, and she knew this was only the beginning. Something had woken in the ice, and it wasn't going to let them go. The lab was a tomb, the air thick with the coppery scent of blood that shouldn't have been there. The red stains spread beneath the steel table, seeping from the ice, encasing Thomas Harrow's corpse, its edges curling like fingers reaching for the light. Dr. Elena Voss stood frozen, her breath shallow, as the team's eyes darted between the blood and the body. Those eyes, Thomas's eyes, stared through the frost, unblinking, pinning her in place. The radio's static had faded, but the word it spat, Thomas, hung in the air like a curse. "Dr. Liam Carter broke the silence, his voice sharp. "This is impossible. Corpses don't bleed." He knelt by the table, his gloved fingers hovering over the stain, but he didn't touch it. Sarah Nguyen backed toward the door, her face pale. "We need to get out of here," she whispered, her eyes wide with the kind of fear that didn't need explanation. Mark Reynolds, though, leaned closer to the corpse, his breath fogging the air, his voice low and reverent. "He's trying to tell us something." Elena's skin prickled. Mark's obsession was no longer just unsettling. It was dangerous. She forced herself to move, grabbing a flashlight from the lab table and shining it on the ice beneath the corpse. The blood wasn't pooling randomly. It traced faint, deliberate lines, like runes scratched by an unseen hand. Her heart thudded as she recognized a shape, a crude outline of a name, Thomas, etched in crimson. "Look at this," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Liam crouched beside her, his skepticism cracking. "That's not natural," he muttered, his fingers tightening on his clipboard. Clara Holt, the climatologist, stepped forward, her glasses fogging as she peered at the ice. "The glacier's temperature is dropping. I checked the sensors. It's 10 degrees colder in here than it should be." Tom Brennan, the logistics coordinator, stood by the wall, his usual calm replaced by a twitch in his jaw. "We need to seal this room. Now." But Elena knew sealing the room wouldn't stop whatever was happening. The glacier wasn't just cold. It was awake. The station's lights flickered again, casting jagged shadows across the lab. Elena's mind raced, replaying the journal's words. He trusted the wrong man. Thomas Harrow hadn't died in an accident. He'd been murdered, his body hidden in the ice, and now, somehow, he was reaching out. She glanced at Mark, who was still staring at the corpse, his lips moving silently. "Mark, step back," she said, her tone firm. He ignored her, his fingers brushing the corpse's frozen arm, as if drawn by some invisible pull. Before she could stop him, the lights went out, plunging the room into darkness. A low hum rose from the ice, not mechanical, but alive, vibrating in Elena's bones. Sarah gasped, and Clara's flashlight beam swung wildly, catching Mark's face. His eyes were glassy, his mouth twisted in a smile that wasn't his. "He sees you," Mark whispered, his voice layered with something deeper, something not his own. The light snapped back on, and Mark blinked, his expression normal again, but the air was heavier, charged with a presence that hadn't been there before. Elena's hand shook as she ushered the team out of the lab, slamming the storage unit door behind them. The corridor was dim, the station's generators groaning under the storm's weight. "We need to talk," she said, leading them to the common room. The space felt smaller now, the walls closing in, the windows rattling with the blizzard's fury. The team sat, their faces etched with fear and suspicion. Elena clutched the journal, its weight grounding her. "This isn't just a body," she said, her voice steady despite the panic clawing at her chest. His name was Thomas Harrow. He was an explorer, part of a 1950s expedition that went missing. The journal mentions a betrayal, Someone he trusted killed him. She opened the journal, reading aloud, "He trusted the wrong man. The ice will remember." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, the storm seemed to quiet, as if listening. Sarah's voice trembled. "You're saying he's what? A ghost? Possessing the ice?" Liam scoffed, but it was weaker than before. "Let's not jump to fairy tales. The blood, the temperature, it's environmental. Maybe a chemical reaction in the glacier." But Clara shook her head, her voice calm but firm. "I've studied glaciers for 20 years. Ice doesn't do this. It doesn't bleed. It doesn't write names." Tom leaned forward, his hands clasped tightly. "What if it's not the ice? What if it's him?" He nodded toward the lab, where the corpse lay. Mark, silent until now, spoke softly. "He's not gone. I felt it when I touched him. He's still here." Elena's stomach twisted. Mark's words echoed her own dread. The certainty that Thomas Harrow wasn't just a memory, but a force. Watching, waiting. She tried to focus, to anchor herself in logic. "We need to know more about Harrow's expedition. The archives might have records, maps, anything that tells us who he was with, who betrayed him." Liam nodded, seizing the chance to do something tangible. "I'll help, but we're not cutting into that body until we know what we're dealing with." Sarah crossed her arms, her voice sharp. "I'm not going back in there. Not after what I heard." Elena didn't press her. She'd heard it too. The whispering, faint but deliberate, calling her name in the dark. It wasn't cabin fever or the storm. It was Thomas, or whatever he'd become, reaching through the ice to claim them. The team dispersed, Liam and Clara heading to the archives. Tom checking the generators, Sarah monitoring the sensors. Elena pulled Mark aside, her grip firm on his arm. "What's going on with you?" she asked, searching his face. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin clammy. "I don't know," he said, his voice small. "When I touched him, it was like he was in my head, showing me things. Snow, blood, a knife." He shuddered, and Elena's heart sank. She'd seen the same images in her dreams. The knife, the blood, the betrayal. Whatever was happening to Mark was happening to her, too. But she couldn't let it show. "Stay away from the lab," she said. "Help Tom with the generators. Keep busy." He nodded, but his gaze drifted toward the lab door, as if drawn by a magnet. Alone in her quarters, Elena sat at her desk, the journal open before her. The storm raged outside, the wind screaming through the station seams. She traced the underlined words, "The ice will remember," and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Her own past was tangled in this place. 5 years ago, she'd lost Daniel, her colleague, to a crevasse during a research trip. She'd been the one to lead the team, to push deeper into the glacier despite the risks. His death was her fault, a guilt she carried like a stone. The Arctic knew her secrets, and now it was using them, twisting her dreams with Thomas's memories. Last night's vision replayed in her mind. A man's face, smiling as he raised a blade, snow-stained red. She hadn't seen the killer's face clearly, but the betrayal was visceral, a wound that echoed her own. She flipped through the journal, finding a sketch of the expedition team. 6 men, their faces stern, Thomas Harrow at the center. His features matched the corpse, sharp jaw, intense eyes. Beside him was a name, partially smudged, Edward. The station's founder, Edward Grayson, had funded the expedition. His name etched on the main hall's plaque. Could he have been there? Could he have been a betrayer? Elena's thoughts were interrupted by a knock. Liam stood at the door, holding a dusty file. "Found something," he said, his voice tight. "Harrow's team. 6 men, 1 survivor. Grayson. He came back alone, claimed the others were lost in a storm. But the dates don't add up. He was back in civilization before the storm hit." Elena's blood ran cold. Grayson, the station's founder, had lied, and Thomas Harrow's corpse knew it. Before she could respond, the station's alarms blared, a piercing wail that made her flinch. Sarah's voice crackled over the intercom. "Elena, get to the common room. It's Mark." Elena and Liam ran, the corridors a blur, the alarms drowning out the storm. In the common room, Sarah stood by the window, her face ashen. Tom was restraining Mark, who thrashed against him, his eyes wild. He tried to open the outer hatch. Tom said, his voice strained, said he had to go to the ice. Mark's head snapped toward Elena, his voice a guttural snarl. "He wants you to know," he said, and for a moment, his eyes weren't his. They were Thomas's, burning with rage. The room grew colder, the windows frosting over, and a faint whisper slithered through the air, not from Mark but from the walls, the ice. Everywhere, justice. Elena's knees buckled, but she held firm, knowing that whatever Thomas Harrow had become, it wasn't done with them. The glacier was his prison, and they were its captives. The common room was a cage, its walls vibrating with the storm's relentless assault and the station's alarms screaming like a wounded animal. Dr. Elena Voss stood rooted, her heart hammering as Mark Reynolds thrashed against Tom Brennan's grip. His eyes, those weren't Mark's eyes anymore, burning with a fury that belonged to Thomas Harrow. The whisper, "Justice," slithered through the air, not from Mark, but from the very structure of Station Glacies, as if the ice itself had found a voice. The temperature plummeted, frost crawling up the windows in jagged patterns, and Elena's breath fogged in clouds that hung too long, too heavy. Sarah Nguyen pressed herself against the wall, her face a mask of terror, while Dr. Liam Carter clutched the file on Harrow's expedition, his knuckles white. Dr. Clara Holt fumbled with her radio, trying to silence the alarms, but the noise only grew. A cacophony laced with static that pulsed like a heartbeat. Elena's mind raced, the journal's words, "The ice will remember," echoing alongside the realization that Edward Grayson, the station's founder, had betrayed Thomas Harrow, and now Thomas was awake, his rage seeping through the glacier to claim them all. "Mark, listen to me," Elena shouted, stepping forward, her voice cutting through the alarms. She grabbed his face, forcing him to meet her gaze, but his eyes were wrong, pupils dilated, reflecting not the room's dim light, but something deeper, colder, like the heart of the glacier. "He's in me," Mark rasped, his voice layered with another, older cadence. "He knows what you've done." Elena's blood ran cold. Her guilt, Daniel's death, her failure 5 years ago in this same Arctic wasteland, flashed through her mind as if Mark, or whatever spoke through him, could see it. Tom tightened his hold, pinning Mark's arms. But Mark's strength was unnatural, his body jerking with a force that shouldn't have been possible. "Get the med kit," Elena barked at Clara, who nodded and bolted for the supply closet. Sarah's voice cracked. "We need to lock him up, Elena. He's not himself." But Elena knew it wasn't just Mark. The station, the ice, the air, they were all infected with Thomas's presence. And locking Mark away wouldn't stop it. Clara returned with the med kit, her hands shaking as she handed Elena a syringe of sedative. Elena hesitated, her eyes locked on Mark's, searching for a trace of the man she knew. "I'm sorry," she whispered, plunging the needle into his arm. Mark's struggles slowed, his body slumping against Tom, but his lips kept moving, mouthing words Elena couldn't hear. The alarms cut off abruptly, plunging the room into a silence that was worse, heavy with the storm's muffled roar and the faint, persistent whispering that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Tom and Liam carried Mark to a bunk room, securing him to the cot with cargo straps, his breathing shallow but steady. "He'll be out for a few hours," Clara said, her voice tight. "But what the hell was that?" Liam shook his head, clutching the file. "Not cabin fever. Not after that." Elena didn't respond. She was staring at the floor, where frost had formed in the shape of footprints, leading from the common room toward the lab. No one had walked there. Back in the common room, the team gathered, their faces haggard, the tension thick enough to choke on. Elena held the journal, its pages open to the sketch of Harrow's expedition team, Edward Grayson's name smudged but unmistakable. "Grayson survived," she said, her voice low. "He claimed a storm took the others, but Liam's file shows he was back in civilization days before the storm hit. He lied. He was there when Thomas died." Sarah's eyes widened. "You think Grayson killed him?" Elena nodded, her throat tight. "The journal says Thomas trusted the wrong man. Grayson funded the expedition, led it with Harrow. If he betrayed him, hid the body in the ice, she trailed off, the implications sinking in. Liam frowned, flipping through the file. Grayson built this station in the 60s. His name's on the plaque in the main hall. If he's connected to this, why here? Why build a station over Harrow's grave? Elena had no answer, but the glacier's groan outside felt like one alow. Resonant warning that shook the walls. Sarah paced, her boots scuffing the frost-covered floor. This isn't just history, Elena. That thing in the lab, it's doing this. The blood, the whispers, Mark. It's not human anymore. Clara nodded, her glasses fogging as she spoke. The glacier's reacting. I checked the sensors again. The ice around the station is fracturing, like it's under pressure. But there's no seismic activity. It's like the glacier's angry. Tom, usually the steady one, ran a hand through his hair, his voice barely above a whisper. I saw something last night. Outside my window. A shadow, moving in the storm. It wasn't one of us. Elena's stomach twisted. She hadn't told anyone about the face in her window, the pale reflection that wasn't hers. But now, with Mark's possession, the footprints, the blood, she couldn't deny it. Thomas Harrow's murder had stained the ice, and the ice was fighting back. We need to know more, Elena said, forcing calm into her voice. Liam, Clara, keep digging through the archives. Find anything on Grayson, the expedition, the mineral they were after. Sarah, check the sensors. See if you can figure out what's causing the fractures. Tom, monitor Mark and the generators. We can't lose power. The team nodded, but their eyes betrayed their fear, darting to the windows. The walls, as if expecting Thomas's ghost to step through. Elena kept the journal close, its weight a reminder of the truth she was chasing. She headed to the archive room. She pulled a box labeled 1950s Expeditions, her fingers brushing dust from its lid. Inside were maps, logs, and a photograph. 6 men in heavy coats standing on the glacier. Thomas Harrow was at the center, his face sharp and determined. Beside him, Edward Grayson, younger, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. As she studied the photo, the lights flickered, and a cold breath grazed her neck. She spun, dropping the journal, but the room was empty. The whispering returned, louder now, a chorus of voices weaving her name with Thomas's. Elena, Thomas, Elena, Thomas. Her flashlight beam swept the shelves, catching something, a faint outline in the dust, like a handprint, too large to be hers. Her heart pounded, but she forced herself to pick up the journal, her hands trembling. A new page had opened, one she hadn't seen, the handwriting frantic. The ice took him, but it won't let him go. Grayson's sin is ours now. The words weren't faded like the others. They looked fresh, as if written moments ago. Elena slammed the journal shut, her breath hitching. The station groaned, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the floor, and the lights dimmed, casting the room in shadow. She stumbled back to the corridor, the photograph clutched in her hand. The storm outside was a wall of white, but inside, the air was heavier, charged with a presence that pressed against her skin. She found Liam and Clara in the main hall, sorting through files, their faces pale. Anything? She asked, her voice unsteady. Clara held up a map, its edges yellowed. This was Harrow's route. They were drilling near this crevasse, looking for a mineral deposit. Grayson's notes say it was worthless, but the expedition's funding was massive. Why spend so much for nothing? Liam pointed to a typed report. Grayson's story doesn't hold. He said Harrow's team died in a storm, but weather logs show clear skies for days before he returned. He was covering something. Elena showed them the photograph, pointing to Grayson's face. He was there, and I think Thomas is still here because of him. Before they could respond, Sarah's voice crackled over the intercom, shrill with panic. Elena, the sensors, they're going haywire. The fractures are spreading, and there's something moving in the ice. Elena ran to the control room, where Sarah stood before a bank of monitors, her hands trembling. The screens showed thermal images of the glacier, red and blue patterns shifting wildly. But one monitor caught Elena's eye, a shadow, humanoid but distorted, moving through the ice, its edges blurring like smoke. "That's not possible," Sarah whispered, but Elena knew it was. Thomas Harrow wasn't just in the lab. He was in the glacier, in the station, in them. The monitor flickered, and the shadow's head turned, its eyes, those same unblinking eyes, staring through the screen. The whispering surged, a single word now: betrayer. Elena's vision blurred, her dream flashing back, the knife, the blood, the smile. Grayson's smile. The station shook, a violent tremor that knocked files from the shelves. Sarah screamed, and Elena grabbed her, pulling her toward the door. "We need to regroup," she shouted, but as they reached the corridor, the lights went out, plunging them into darkness. And Elena felt it, Thomas's rage, his pain, wrapping around her like the ice itself. The glacier wasn't just remembering, it was judging, and it had found them guilty. Chapter 2, Whispers from the Frost. The darkness swallowed Station Glacies, a void broken only by the storm's howl and the relentless whispering that clawed at Dr. Elena Voss's mind. The lights had died, leaving the corridor a tunnel of shadows, the air so cold it burned her lungs. She gripped Sarah Nguyen's arm, pulling her through the blackness toward the common room, where the team's emergency lanterns cast a feeble glow. The tremor that shook the station had stopped, but the glacier's groan lingered, a deep, primal sound that seemed to come from beneath the ice. From within it, Elena's heart pounded, the memory of the thermal monitor's shadow, Thomas Harrow's shadow, with those unblinking eyes, searing her thoughts. The whispering was louder now, no longer a murmur, but a chorus, weaving her name with his. Elena, Thomas, betrayer. The journal's warning, "Grayson's sin is ours now," felt like a noose tightening around them all. Edward Grayson had murdered Thomas Harrow, and the glacier, stained with that betrayal, was exacting its price. In the common room, the team huddled around a single lantern, its light flickering like a heartbeat. Dr. Liam Carter clutched the expedition file, his face gaunt, while Dr. Clara Holt adjusted a portable heater, its hum barely denting the cold. Tom Brennan stood by the door, his eyes scanning the corridor, a crowbar in his hand. Sarah collapsed into a chair, her hands shaking as she muttered, "It was in the ice. It saw us." Elena wanted to reassure her, to say it was a glitch, but the truth was heavier. Thomas Harrow wasn't just a corpse in the lab. He was a force, a wound in the glacier that bled rage and memory. And Mark Reynolds, strapped to a cot in the bunk room, was proof of how far that rage could reach. "We need to restore power," Elena said, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her. "Tom, check the generators. Clara, help him. Liam, Sarah, stay here and keep the radio on. I'll check on Mark." Tom nodded, his grip tightening on the crowbar, but Sarah grabbed Elena's sleeve. "Don't go alone," she pleaded, her eyes wide. Not after that. Elena understood her fear. The station felt alive, its walls pulsing with Thomas's presence, every creak a threat. But Mark was her responsibility, and the whispers, the way they called her name, felt personal, as if Thomas knew her guilt, her past. "I'll be quick," she said, prying Sarah's fingers loose. She grabbed a flashlight and headed to the bunk room, the corridor's darkness pressing against her like a physical weight. The whispering followed, faint but deliberate, curling around her thoughts. "Elena, you left him. You let him die." Her breath hitched. Daniel, her colleague, lost to a crevasse 5 years ago, flashed in her mind, his scream, the ice closing over him. The whispers weren't just Thomas's. They were hers. The bunk room door was ajar, a sliver of lantern light spilling into the corridor. Elena pushed it open, her flashlight beam sweeping the room. Mark lay on the cot, his wrists and ankles bound with cargo straps, his chest rising and falling unevenly. The sedative should have kept him under, but his lips moved, forming words she couldn't hear. She stepped closer, her boots scuffing the frost-covered floor, and froze. The straps were loose, frayed as if chewed through, and Mark's hands twitched, fingers curling like claws. "Mark?" she whispered, her voice trembling. His head snapped toward her, his eyes open, not glassy like before, but clear, too clear, burning with a light that wasn't his. "He trusted you," Mark said, his voice a low growl, layered with Thomas's cadence. "And you failed him." Elena stumbled back, her flashlight shaking. The air grew colder, the lantern flickering, and the whispering surged. A single word now: guilty. She bolted from the room, slamming the door and wedging a chair against it. Her heart raced, her mind grappling with what she'd seen. Mark wasn't just influenced. He was a conduit, a vessel for Thomas's rage. The station's lights flickered back on, dim and unsteady, as Tom's voice crackled over the intercom. "Generators are up, but they're struggling. Something's draining the power." Elena hurried to the common room, where the team waited, their faces etched with dread. "Mark's worse," she said, her voice tight. "He's not himself. We need to keep him secured and figure out what Thomas wants." Liam slammed the file on the table, his frustration boiling over. "This isn't a ghost story, Elena. It's the ice. The isolation, messing with us. We need to focus on the facts. Grayson, the expedition, the murder." But Clara shook her head, her voice calm but firm. "The facts don't explain Mark, or the blood, or the shadow in the ice." Sarah pointed to the monitors, now back online, showing the glacier's thermal readings. The fractures had spread, jagged lines radiating from the crevasse where they'd found Thomas's body. "It's like the ice is breaking apart," she said, her voice barely audible. "And the shadow, it's still there, moving closer to the station." Elena leaned over the screen, her stomach twisting. The shadow was sharper now, humanoid but wrong, its limbs too long, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. It paused, and for a moment, its eyes seemed to meet hers through the monitor, the same eyes she'd seen in the corpse in her dreams. The whispering returned, not from the speakers but from the walls, the floor, the air. "Find him." Elena's hand tightened on the journal. The photograph of Harrow's team tucked inside. Grayson was the key, the betrayer Thomas wanted her to find. "But why her? Why now?" "We need to go back to the archives," Elena said, her voice resolute. "Grayson's story doesn't add up, and Thomas, whatever he is, won't stop until we know the truth." Liam nodded, grabbing the file, while Clara gathered her notes. Sarah hesitated, her eyes darting to the monitors. "What about Mark?" she asked. Tom stepped forward, his crowbar still in hand. "I'll watch him, but if he gets loose..." He didn't finish, but the weight of his words was clear. Elena led Liam and Clara to the archive room, the station's hum faltering as the generator struggled. The air was colder now, the frost on the walls thicker, forming patterns that looked like faces, hands, eyes. Elena ignored them, focusing on the task, but the whispering followed, a constant pressure against her skull. In the archive room, they spread out, pulling boxes and files, the dust stinging their eyes. Elena found a logbook from 1954, its pages detailing Grayson's return. He'd been found half dead, raving about a storm that never happened, his team lost to the ice. But a handwritten note tucked in the back caught her eye. Grayson brought something back, a sample locked in the vault. He said it was cursed. Elena's pulse quickened. The station had a vault, a sealed chamber for sensitive samples, rarely used. Could Grayson have taken something from the expedition, something tied to Thomas's death? She showed the note to Liam, who frowned. "The vault's in the storage wing, near the lab. If there's something there, it might explain why this is happening." Clara held up a map, her voice urgent. "This shows the crevasse where they were drilling. It's directly under the station. Whatever they were after, it's still down there." Before they could plan further, the station shook again, a violent jolt that sent files crashing to the floor. The lights flickered, and Sarah's voice screamed over the intercom. "Elena, it's Mark. He's gone." Elena's blood ran cold. She ran to the bunk room, Liam and Clara behind her, the corridor a blur of shadows and frost. The door was open, the chair she'd wedged against it splintered, the cot empty. The straps lay in pieces, their edges singed as if burned. Footprints, fresh and wet, led toward the lab, where the corpse was stored. Elena's flashlight beam trembled as she followed them. The whispering now a roar, "Find him, betrayer, find him." The lab door was ajar, a faint red glow spilling into the corridor, not from lights, but from the ice itself, pulsing like a wound. Inside, Mark stood by the steel table, his back to them, the corpse's eyes locked on him. The blood on the floor had spread, forming a circle around the table, its surface rippling as if alive. Mark turned, his face blank, his hands stained red. "He showed me," he said, his voice not his own. "The knife, the ice." "Grayson." Elena stepped forward, her voice shaking. "Mark, come with us. We'll figure this out." But Mark's smile was wrong, too wide, too sharp. "It's too late," he said, and the lights went out again. The red glow of the ice, the only illumination. The whispering became a scream, and Elena felt it, Thomas's presence. Not just in Mark, but in her, in the station, in the glacier. The truth was close, but so was the cost, and the ice was hungry for both. The lab was a crucible of shadow and blood, the red glow from the ice pulsing like a dying star. Dr. Elena Voss stood frozen, her flashlight beam trembling as it caught Mark Reynolds' face, his smile too wide, his eyes reflecting the glacier's unnatural light. The corpse of Thomas Harrow lay on the steel table, its wounds glistening as if fresh, its unblinking gaze fixed on Mark. The blood on the floor, now a perfect circle, rippled with each pulse of the ice, its surface alive with whispers that clawed at Elena's mind. Betrayer. Find him. Guilty. The air was thick with cold. Not just Arctic, but something deeper, a chill that sank in her bones and stirred memories of guilt. Daniel's scream, the crevasse that took him, her failure. Mark's voice, layered with Thomas's rage, echoed in the dark. "Grayson," he said, his stained hands twitching. He took everything. The lights were gone. The station's hum silenced, and Elena knew they were no longer alone. The glacier was awake, and Thomas Harrow's vengeance was its voice. Dr. Liam Carter grabbed Elena's arm, his voice a harsh whisper. "We need to get him out of here." Dr. Clara Holt stood behind him, her flashlight beam darting across the lab, catching the frost on the walls. Patterns of faces, eyes, hands, etched as if the ice itself were watching. Elena nodded, her throat tight, but Mark's head snapped toward her, his smile twisting into a snarl. "You can't stop him," he said, his voice a guttural blend of his own and Thomas's. "He sees you, Elena. He knows what you've done." Her heart lurched. The whispers surged, weaving her guilt with Thomas's pain. And for a moment, she saw Daniel's face in the ice, his eyes accusing. She shook it off, stepping forward, her voice firm despite the fear. "Mark, you're not him. Fight this." But Mark's body jerked, as if pulled by invisible strings, and he lunged for the corpse, his hands clawing at the ice encasing it. Liam tackled him, pinning Mark to the floor, but Mark's strength was wrong, fueled by something beyond flesh. Clara swung her flashlight, striking Mark's shoulder, and he howled, a sound that wasn't human, echoing with the glacier's groan. Elena grabbed a coil of rope from a lab shelf, her hands shaking as she helped Liam bind Mark's wrists. The blood circle pulsed faster, its whispers now a scream, justice, betrayer now. The corpse's eyes seemed to shift, locking onto Elena, and she felt a pull, a pressure in her skull, as if Thomas were reaching into her thoughts. Images flashed, snow, a knife, Grayson's smile, blood staining the ice. The vision was vivid, visceral, not a dream, but a memory, Thomas's memory, forced into her mind. She gasped, stumbling back, her flashlight clattering to the floor. "Elena!" Clara shouted, grabbing her arm, but the room spun, the whispers drowning out everything. The lights flickered on, dim and unsteady, revealing Mark slumped against the table, his eyes closed, the fight drained from him. The blood circle had stopped rippling, but the ice glowed faintly, its patterns sharper, faces that looked like Thomas, like Daniel, like her. Liam checked Mark's pulse, his face grim. "He's alive, but we can't keep doing this. He's a liability." Elena nodded, her mind reeling from the vision. Grayson's betrayal was clear now. Not just a murder, but a theft, something taken from the ice, something Thomas had died for. The vault, mentioned in the archive note, was their next step. "We need to check the vault," she said, her voice hoarse. Grayson brought something back. "It's tied to this." Clara frowned, her glasses fogged. "The vault's sealed. We'd need tools, time, things we don't have with the station falling apart." But Elena's resolve hardened. The whispers, the visions, Mark's possession, they were all pointing to the vault, to Grayson's sin. They dragged Mark to the bunk room, securing him with fresh straps, his breathing shallow but steady. Sarah Gwynn met them in the corridor, her face ashen, Tom Brennan behind her with a crowbar. "The sensors are dead," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "The fractures are worse. And the shadow, it's under the station now." Elena's stomach twisted. The thermal shadow, Thomas's form, was closing in, its presence tied to the ice's fracturing. Tom's eyes darted to the bunk room door. Mark got out once. If he does it again, he didn't finish, but the crowbar's weight said enough. Elena shook her head. "We keep him contained. He's not the enemy. Thomas is." But even as she said it, she wondered if Thomas was the enemy or the victim, his rage justified by Grayson's betrayal. In the main hall, the team gathered, the station's walls groaning as the storm battered them. The plaque bearing Edward Grayson's name gleamed in the dim light, a mocking reminder of his legacy. Elena spread the expedition map on the table, her finger tracing the crevasse beneath the station. "This is where they were drilling," she said. Grayson's notes said the mineral was worthless, but the funding, the secrecy, it doesn't add up. Whatever they found, he took it, and Thomas paid the price. Liam held up the archive note about the vault. "If there's a sample, it's in there. But we're talking about breaking into a sealed chamber while the glacier's tearing itself apart." Sarah's voice was sharp. "And what about Thomas? He's not just a ghost. He's a mark in the ice. Maybe in us." Elena's hand tightened on the journal, the vision of Grayson's knife flashing again. "We find what Grayson took. It's what Thomas wants." The station shook, a tremor stronger than before, and the lights flickered, casting the hall in shadow. The whispering returned, not from the walls, but from inside their heads. A single word: "Now." Elena's vision blurred, another memory forcing its way in. Thomas's voice, pleading, Grayson's laugh, the crunch of ice as a body fell. She gripped the table, her nails digging into the wood, and saw Clara wince, her hand on her temple, as if hearing it too. "He's getting stronger," Clara whispered, her voice tight. Tom pointed to the window, where frost had formed a new pattern, a handprint, too large, too deliberate. "We're running out of time," he said, his crowbar raised. Elena nodded, her fear giving way to determination. "Liam, Sarah, get the tools. We're opening the vault. Clara, Tom, watch the monitors and Mark. If anything moves, anything, call me." The storage wing was a labyrinth of crates and equipment. The vault's steel door at its end, rusted but solid. Elena, Liam, and Sarah worked quickly, Sarah's crowbar prying at the hinges while Liam used a drill, the noise drowned by the storm's roar. The whispering followed, louder now, weaving through the station's hum. "Find it, betrayer. Take it back." Elena's flashlight caught something on the door. A faint scratch. Not rust, but a word, "Thomas," carved as if by a blade. Her breath hitched, but she kept working, the vision of Grayson's betrayal looping in her mind. The vault groaned open, revealing a small chamber, its air stale and heavy. Inside was a single crate, its lid marked with Grayson's initials. Elena's hands trembled as she pried it open, revealing a chunk of ice, no larger than a fist, glowing faintly with the same red light as the lab's ice. Within it was a shard, black and jagged, pulsing like a heartbeat. Liam's voice was a whisper. "What the hell is that?" Sarah backed away, her crowbar clattering to the floor. "It's alive," she said, her eyes wide. Elena felt the pull, the same pressure she'd felt in the lab. Thomas's presence stronger here. His rage focused on the shard. The whispering became a voice, clear and cold. "He stole it. He killed for it. The station shook again, the tremor knocking crates to the floor, and the lights went out. The red glow of the shard the only illumination. Elena's vision flashed. Thomas's final moments. The shard in his hand, Grayson's knife at his throat, the ice swallowing them both. She gasped, dropping the crate, the shard's glow pulsing faster. Liam grabbed her, pulling her back, but Sarah screamed, pointing to the vault's wall. The frost had formed a face. Thomas's face, his eyes burning. His mouth open in a silent scream. The monitors in the control room crackled, Clara's voice frantic over the intercom. Elena, the shadow, it's in the station. And Mark's awake. The whispering roared. Now, now, now. And the shard's glow flared, bathing the vault in blood-red light. Elena's mind raced. Grayson had taken the shard, killed Thomas to hide it, and built the station to guard it. But Thomas had never left, his spirit bound to the ice, waiting for this moment. The station was his prison, and they were his pawns. As the tremor subsided, Elena grabbed the shard. Its cold burning her skin through her gloves. "We take it to the lab," she said, her voice steady despite the terror. "We face him." But as they ran, the whispering followed. And Elena knew Thomas wasn't done. The glacier remembered, and its memory was vengeance. Chapter 3. The Name in the Snow. The corridor to the lab was a gauntlet of shadow, the red glow of the shard in Dr. Elena Voss's gloved hands casting jagged patterns on the frost-covered walls. The station trembled, its metal frame groaning as if the glacier itself were trying to crush it. The whispering had become a relentless pulse, now betrayer. Take it back. Weaving through Elena's thoughts, stirring her guilt over Daniel's death and Thomas Harrow's murder. The shard, black and jagged within its glowing ice, burned through her gloves. Not with heat, but with a cold that numbed her fingers and tugged at her mind. Dr. Liam Carter ran beside her, his face pale, clutching the expedition file, while Sarah Gwynn followed. Her crowbar gripped like a talisman. The monitor's warning, Thomas's shadow in the station, Mark Reynolds awake and unbound, hung over them, a promise of worse to come. The vault's discovery had confirmed Edward Grayson's betrayal. He'd killed Thomas for the shard, hidden it, built Station Glacies to guard it. But Thomas's spirit, bound to the ice, was done waiting. The lab door loomed ahead, its surface scratched with the name Thomas, the letters deeper now, as if carved by a desperate hand. Elena hesitated, the shard's glow pulsing faster, its whispers sharpening into a voice. "He stole my life." She pushed the door open, the lab a cavern of dim light and blood. Thomas Harrow's corpse lay on the steel table, its wounds glistening, its eyes locked on her, unblinking, alive with rage. The blood circle on the floor had spread, its edges curling into new shapes. Names, not just Thomas but Grayson, Elena, etched in crimson. Sarah gasped, backing toward the wall, while Liam's flashlight beam swept the room, catching the ice's glow, now mirrored in the walls, the ceiling a lattice of red veins. "This isn't science," Liam muttered, his skepticism crumbling. "This is hell." Elena set the shard on a lab table, its light flaring, and the whispering surged. "Give it back, betrayer, now." The station shook, a violent tremor that knocked equipment to the floor. The intercom crackled, Dr. Clara Holt's voice frantic. "Elena, Mark's in the main hall. He's not right. And the shadow, it's everywhere." Elena's stomach twisted. Mark, possessed by Thomas, was loose, and the shadow, Thomas's form, unbound from the ice, was hunting. She grabbed the journal, its pages open to the sketch of Harrow's team. Grayson's smiling face a taunt. "We need to understand the shard," she said, her voice steady despite the fear. "It's what Thomas wants, what Grayson killed for." Liam nodded, flipping through the file, his hands shaking. Grayson's notes mention a mineral, something they found in the crevasse. He called it the heart of the ice. Said it was alive. Sarah's voice was a whisper. "Alive like that?" She pointed to the shard, its black core pulsing, the ice around it cracking as if struggling to contain it. Before Elena could respond, the lab door slammed shut, the lock clicking without a hand to turn it. The air grew colder, the frost on the walls forming faces. Thomas's face, his mouth open, his eyes burning. The whispering became a scream, mine, and the corpse's head twitched, a slight, impossible movement that made Sarah scream. Elena's vision blurred, another of Thomas's memories forcing its way in. The crevasse, the shard glowing in his hand, Grayson's knife flashing, his laugh echoing as the ice closed over Thomas's body. She gasped, clutching the table, the vision so vivid she tasted blood, felt the cold of betrayal. Liam grabbed her, his voice sharp. "Elena, stay with us." But the shard's glow flared, and the blood on the floor rose, not dripping, but floating, forming droplets that hung in the air, spelling Grayson in a crimson arc. The monitors flickered, showing the main hall, where Mark stood before Grayson's plaque, his hands smeared with blood, his lips moving in a chant that matched the whispers. The shadow was there, towering behind him, its form sharper now, Thomas's form, but distorted, its limbs too long, its eyes hollow yet piercing. Clara and Tom Brennan were nowhere in sight. Elena's radio crackled, Tom's voice faint. "Elena, we're in the control room. Mark, he's not human anymore. Get out." The transmission cut off, replaced by static laced with Thomas's voice. "Find him." Elena's heart pounded. The shard was the key, the heart of Thomas's rage, and Grayson's sin was tied to it. But the station was fracturing, the ice alive with Thomas's will, and Mark was his weapon. "We need to get to the main hall," Elena said, her voice resolute. She grabbed the shard, its cold searing her skin, and headed for the door. But it wouldn't budge, the lock jammed by an unseen force. Sarah swung her crowbar, striking the handle, but the metal sparked, the frost on the door forming a handprint that pushed back. Liam's flashlight caught something on the ceiling. A crack, not in the metal, but in the ice that coated it, glowing red, spreading like a wound. "The glacier's breaking through," he said, his voice tight. Elena's mind raced. The crevasse beneath the station, where Thomas died, was the source, and the shard was its heart. She pressed the shard against the door, the whispers screaming mine, and the lock clicked, the door swinging open with a gust of frigid air. The corridor was a maze of frost and shadow, the station's hum faltering as the generator struggled. The whispering followed, now a chorus of voices, not just Thomas's but others, Daniel's, her own, accusing, pleading. Elena's guilt surged. Her failure to save Daniel 5 years ago mirrored in Thomas's betrayal. She pushed it down, leading Liam and Sarah toward the main hall, the shard's glow lighting their way. The walls were alive with frost patterns. Eyes, hands, faces all watching, all Thomas. A scream echoed from ahead, Clara's voice cut short. Elena ran faster, the hall's door ajar, Grayson's plaque gleaming in the dim light. Inside, Mark stood, his hands raised, blood dripping from his fingers, the shadow behind him pulsing with the shard's rhythm. Clara lay slumped against the wall, her glasses cracked, her breathing shallow. Tom stood by the control room door, his crowbar raised, his face pale. "Mark, stop!" Elena shouted, holding the shard aloft, its light flaring. Mark's head tilted, his eyes not his own, burning with Thomas's rage. "He stole it," Mark said, his voice a growl. "Grayson took the heart, built this place to hide it, but the ice remembers." The shadow moved, its form coalescing, Thomas's face clear now, his mouth open in a silent scream. The station shook, the floor cracking, frost bursting through in jagged spikes. Elena's vision flashed again, Thomas's death, the shard's power, Grayson's greed. The mineral wasn't just a rock. It was something ancient, tied to the glacier, and Thomas had died to protect it. She stepped forward, her voice steady. "Thomas, we have it. We'll give it back. Tell us how." The shadow paused, its eyes locking onto her, and the whispers softened, "Return it." But Mark lunged, his hands clawing for the shard, his strength unnatural. Liam tackled him, but Mark threw him off, his fingers grazing the shard. The glow flared, and Elena felt a jolt, Thomas's memory flooding her. Not just his death, but his life, his trust in Grayson, his discovery of the shard's power. It wasn't just a mineral. It was a conduit, a piece of the glacier's soul, and Grayson had killed to claim it. The station shook again, the cracks spreading, the shadow growing larger. Sarah swung her crowbar, striking Mark's leg, and he collapsed, his eyes rolling back. The shadow screamed, a sound that shattered the monitors, and the shard's ice cracked, the black core pulsing faster. Elena's radio crackled, Tom's voice desperate. The fractures are at the crevasse. The station's sinking. The whispering returned, now, and Elena knew the truth. The shard had to go back to the crevasse, to the ice, or Thomas would tear the station apart. She helped Liam drag Mark to the control room, where Clara was stirring, her head bloodied but alive. Tom barred the door, his face grim. "We can't keep him here," he said, nodding to Mark, who lay unconscious, his hands still twitching. Elena clutched the shard, its cold burning her skin, the whispers urging her on. "The crevasse," she said, her voice resolute. "We take the shard back to where Thomas died. It's what he wants." Liam's eyes widened. "That's suicide." The storm, the fractures, but Clara cut him off, her voice weak but firm. "It's the only way. The glacier's alive because of that shard. We give it back, or we all die." The station shook, the cracks in the floor glowing red, and the shadow's scream echoed, Thomas's rage unbound. Elena looked at the team, their faces etched with fear and resolve, and knew the ice wouldn't wait. The name in the snow, the blood, the whispers, they were all leading to this, and Thomas Harrow's justice would have its price. The control room was a fortress under siege, its monitors flickering with static and fractured images of the glacier's glowing cracks. Dr. Elena Voss clutched the shard, its black core pulsing through the shattered ice, each beat sending a jolt of cold through her veins. The whispers were a relentless tide. Return it, betrayer, now. Weaving Thomas Harrow's rage with her own guilt, Daniel's death, her failure. The ice's judgment. The station groaned, its floor splitting as frost spikes burst through, glowing with the same red light as the shard. Dr. Liam Carter tended to Dr. Clara Holt, whose head wound bled sluggishly, while Sarah Nguyen gripped her crowbar, her eyes darting to the barred door. Tom Brennan stood guard, his crowbar raised, watching Mark Reynolds, who lay unconscious on the floor, his bound hands twitching as if still reaching for the shard. The shadow, Thomas's distorted form, had vanished from the main hall, but its scream lingered, a promise of return. The plan was clear. Return the shard to the crevasse where Thomas died. But the glacier was tearing itself apart, and Station Glacies was sinking into its maw. Elena's breath fogged the air, her mind racing. The shard wasn't just a mineral. It was the glacier's heart, a conduit for its ancient power, stolen by Edward Grayson, sealed in the vault, guarded by the station he built. Thomas's murder had bound his spirit to it, and now he was using the ice, Mark, even her, to reclaim it. The crevasse beneath the station, where his body was found, was the key. "We need to move," she said, her voice cutting through the room's tension. "The crevasse is accessible through the drill site. We take the shard there, bury it, and maybe Thomas lets us go." Liam's face was grim, his hands stained with Clara's blood. "The storm's a death trap, and the ice is unstable. We go out there, we might not come back." "Clara," her voice weak, push yourself up. "We stay, we die." The glacier's collapsing. Look at the monitors. The screen showed the crevasse's fracture spreading, red veins pulsing like arteries. The shadow flickering at their edges. Sarah's voice trembled. "What about Mark? We can't leave him, but we can't take him either." Tom's grip tightened on his crowbar, his eyes hard. "He's a danger. If Thomas is in him..." He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Elena shook her head, her resolve steeling. "We secure him here. He's not the enemy. Thomas is using him. We end this by giving the shard back." She tucked the shard into her parka, its cold seeping through her layers, and grabbed a flashlight. The whispers surged, "Hurry, betrayer." And her vision flashed. Thomas's final moments, the shard glowing in his hand, Grayson's knife, the ice swallowing his scream. The memory was sharper now, Grayson's face clear, his smile cruel. Elena's guilt flared. Daniel's death mirrored Thomas's betrayal, but she pushed it down. The ice knew her sins, but she wouldn't let it break her. The team moved quickly, Tom and Sarah barricading Mark in the control room with crates and straps, his unconscious form still twitching. Clara, despite her injury, insisted on coming, her climatology expertise vital for navigating the unstable ice. Liam gathered tools, a drill, ropes, a thermal scanner, while Elena checked the journal, its pages open to a map of the crevasse. The drill site was 100 yards from the station, a perilous trek through the storm, but the crevasse's entrance was marked, a wound in the glacier where Thomas had died. The station shook again, a tremor that cracked the ceiling, frost raining down like ash. The monitors flickered, the shadow reappearing, its form sharper, Thomas's face twisted with rage, his eyes locked on the camera. The whispers became a voice, cold and clear. "Bring it to me." Elena's radio crackled, static laced with Thomas's chant. "Now, now, now." They suited up, parkas and boots heavy with dread, and stepped into the storm. The wind was a living thing, screaming through the darkness, snow stinging like needles. The floodlights at the drill site flickered, their beams swallowed by the blizzard. Elena led, the shard's glow a faint beacon in her pocket, its whispers guiding her like a siren's call. The ice beneath their feet was treacherous, cracks glowing red, the glacier's groans drowning out the storm. Clara's thermal scanner beeped, its screen showing the crevasse's heat signature, unnaturally warm, pulsing with the shard's rhythm. "It's alive," Clara said, her voice muffled by her scarf. "The ice is reacting to the shard." Liam's flashlight caught something in the snow. A name, Thomas, scratched deep, its edges fresh despite the wind. Elena's heart lurched. The ice wasn't just breaking, it was writing. The drill site was a chaos of abandoned equipment, the rig half buried in snow, its cables snapping in the wind. The crevasse's entrance yawned ahead, a black maw framed by glowing ice, its red veins pulsing faster as Elena approached. The whispers were deafening now. "Here, betrayer, here." And the shard burned through her parka, its cold searing her skin. She knelt by the crevasse, her flashlight beam swallowed by its depths, and saw something. Movement, a shadow, shifting in the ice. Thomas's form, his eyes burning. "This is it," she said, her voice trembling. "We lower the shard, bury it where he died." Liam rigged a rope, tying it to the crate from the vault, the shard inside. Sarah's crowbar pried at the ice, widening the entrance, but her hand shook, her eyes darting to the shadows. "He's watching," she whispered, and Elena felt it too. Thomas's presence, not just in the ice but in the air, the storm their minds. As they prepared to lower the shard, the station's floodlights died, plunging them into darkness. The whispers became a scream, mine, and the ice cracked, a fissure splitting the drill site, glowing red. The shadow emerged, not from the crevasse, but from the snow itself. Thomas's form towering, his limbs stretched, his face a mask of rage. Clara screamed, dropping the scanner, and Liam swung his drill, its blades sparking against the ice. Elena held the shard aloft, its glow flaring, and shouted, "Thomas, we're giving it back. Let us go." The shadow paused, its eyes narrowing, but the whispers didn't stop. "Not enough, betrayer." The crevasse groaned, a gust of warm air rising, carrying the stench of blood and decay. Sarah stumbled back, her crowbar falling into the snow, and pointed to the ice, a handprint, fresh and red, forming beside the name Thomas. The storm surged, the wind howling with Thomas's voice, "Grayson's sin, yours now." Elena's vision flashed, Grayson's knife, the shard's glow, Thomas's body sinking into the crevasse, the ice sealing his scream. But there was more. A ritual, Grayson's hands on the shard, blood on his lips, a pact with the glacier's power. The shard wasn't just stolen. It was cursed, bound to Thomas's spirit, and returning it might not be enough. The ice cracked again, the fissure widening, and the shadow lunged, its hand grazing Clara, who screamed as frost spread across her arm, her skin paling. Liam pulled her back, but the shadow's touch left marks, black veins creeping under her skin. Elena's heart pounded. The shard had to go back, but Thomas's rage was beyond reason. His spirit twisted by decades in the ice. She tied the rope around her waist, the shard's crate secured, and stepped toward the crevasse. "I'm going down," she said, her voice resolute. Liam grabbed her arm, his eyes wide. "You'll die down there. The ice is collapsing." But Elena shook him off, the whispers urging her on. "Here now, betrayer." "It's me he wants," she said. Her guilt, Daniel's death, her failure, fueling her resolve. "I'll bury it where he died." Sarah's voice was a sob. "Elena, please." But Clara, clutching her frostbitten arm, nodded. Her face pale, but determined. "Do it. End this." Liam rigged the rope to the drill rig, his hands shaking, and Elena descended, the crevasse swallowing her, its red glow pulsing with the shard's rhythm. The walls were alive, ice veined with red, faces forming. Thomas, Daniel, Grayson, all watching. The whispers were a roar, "Give it back, betrayer." And the shard burned, its black core cracking the ice around it. Elena's flashlight caught something. A ledge, where Thomas's body had lain, marked by bloodstains that shouldn't have lasted decades. She set the crate down, her hands numb, and pried it open, the shard's glow blinding. The shadow appeared, Thomas's form clear now, his eyes hollow, his voice a scream, "Mine." Elena's vision flashed, Grayson's pact, the shard's curse, Thomas's spirit trapped. She buried the shard in the ice, her hands bleeding, and whispered, "It's yours, Thomas. Rest." The crevasse shook, the shadow screaming, and the ice closed over the shard, its glow fading. But the whispers didn't stop. Not enough, and Elena knew the truth. Thomas's rage was hers now, and the glacier wasn't done. The crevasse was a throat of ice, its red-veined walls pulsing as if the glacier itself were breathing. Dr. Elena Voss stood on the blood-stained ledge where Thomas Harrow's body had been entombed, her hands raw and bleeding from burying the shard. The black core, now sealed beneath the ice, had dimmed, its glow swallowed by the glacier's depths, but the whispers hadn't stopped. Not enough. Betrayer, not enough. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the cold biting deeper than physics allowed, sinking into her bones and stirring her guilt. Daniel's death, her failure. The ice's unrelenting judgment. The shadow of Thomas Harrow loomed before her, his form sharper now, his face twisted with decades of rage, his hollow eyes burning into hers. The crevasse groaned, its walls trembling, and Elena's rope, tied to the drill rig above, jerked taut, a lifeline she wasn't sure she could trust. The shard was back where Thomas died, but his spirit wasn't appeased. The glacier remembered, and its memory demanded more than the return of a stolen relic. Elena's flashlight flickered, its beam catching the ice's patterns. Faces, not just Thomas's but Daniel's. Grayson's, her own, etched in frost, their mouths open in silent screams. The whispers surged, "You failed him. You failed them all," weaving her past with Thomas's betrayal. She saw Daniel's fall again, his hand reaching as the crevasse took him, her hesitation costing his life. Thomas's voice cut through, cold and clear. "Grayson's sin, yours now." Her vision flashed. Edward Grayson's pact, his blood on the shard, a ritual that bound Thomas's spirit to the glacier's heart. The shard wasn't just a mineral, it was a curse, a conduit for the ice's ancient power. In returning, it hadn't broken the bond. It had strengthened it. The ice cracked around her, red veins pulsing faster, and the shadow lunged. Its hand grazing her parka, frost spreading across her chest, black veins creeping under her skin like poison. She screamed, the pain searing, but the whispers drowned her out. Justice now betrayer. Above, Dr. Liam Carter's voice shouted through the storm, barely audible over the wind's howl. Elena, pull the rope. The ice is collapsing. She grabbed the rope, her hands slipping with blood, and tugged, signaling for ascent. The shadow screamed, a sound that shook the crevasse, shards of ice raining down. The ledge cracked beneath her, the bloodstains glowing red. And Thomas's form grew larger, his limbs stretching, his face shifting. Now Thomas, now Daniel, now her own, a mirror of guilt. She climbed, her muscles burning, the frost on her chest spreading, each breath a knife in her lungs. The whispers followed, "You can't leave," "betrayer," and the rope jerked as if something below were pulling back. Her flashlight fell, swallowed by the darkness, and the red glow of the ice was all that remained, pulsing with Thomas's rage. She broke the surface, collapsing onto the snow, the storm's fury stinging her face. Liam and searing wind pulled her from the crevasse, their faces pale, while Dr. Clara Holt clutched her frostbitten arm, her eyes wide with fear. The drill site was chaos, the rig tilting as the ice fractured, red cracks glowing beneath the snow. "Did it work?" Liam shouted, his voice nearly lost in the wind. Elena shook her head, her chest heaving, the black veins visible through her torn parka. "It's not enough. He wants more." The shadow hadn't followed, but its presence was everywhere, in the ice, the storm. The whispers that now spoke in unison. Grayson's blood, yours now. Sarah's crowbar trembled in her hands. "What does that mean? We gave him the shard." Clara's voice was weak. Her arm blackened with frost. The shard was his life. Grayson took it, bound him to the ice. Thomas wants the debt paid. The station loomed through the blizzard, its floodlights flickering. A dying beacon. The team stumbled back, the ice cracking beneath their boots, the name Thomas appearing in the snow again and again, each iteration deeper, bloodier. Inside, the corridors were a maze of frost and shadow, the walls alive with faces, hands, eyes, all Thomas's, all watching. The control room was a wreck, monitors shattered, crates overturned. Tom Brennan stood by the door, his crowbar bloodied, his face ashen. "Mark's gone," he said, his voice hollow. "He broke free, went for the lab. I couldn't stop him." Elena's heart sank. Mark, possessed by Thomas, was a weapon, and the lab, where Thomas's corpse lay, was the heart of his power. The whispers surged, "Find him, betrayer," and the station shook, a tremor that split the floor. Red ice bursting through. They ran to the lab, the air growing colder, the frost patterns forming words. Grayson, guilty blood. The door was ajar, blood seeping from beneath, pooling in the corridor. Inside, Mark stood over the corpse, his hands buried in the ice encasing it, his eyes glowing with the same red light as the shard. The blood circle had grown, covering the floor, its surface rippling with names: Thomas, Grayson, Elena, Daniel. The corpse's wounds bled freely now, as if alive, and its eyes followed Elena, its lips twitching in a silent chant. Mark turned, his face no longer his, fully Thomas's, his voice a roar. "He took my life. His blood, your blood, the ice demands it." The shadow emerged, not from Mark but from the walls, the ceiling, a towering form that filled the room, its scream shattering the remaining monitors. Elena's vision flashed. Grayson's ritual, the shard's curse, Thomas's spirit trapped, his rage fueled by the glacier's power. The debt wasn't just the shard, it was Grayson's life, his legacy, and the station was built on that sin. She stepped forward, the black veins on her chest pulsing, her voice steady. "Thomas, Grayson's gone. The shard's back. Let it end." But the shadow screamed, "Not enough," and Mark lunged, his hands clawing for her, blood dripping from his fingers. Liam tackled him, but Mark's strength was demonic, throwing Liam against the wall. Sarah swung her crowbar, striking Mark's arm, and he howled, the shadow mirroring his pain, its form flickering. Clara, clutching her blackened arm, shouted, The ice. It's tied to the station. Destroy Grayson's legacy. Elena's mind raced. The plaque. Grayson's name. The station itself. All symbols of his sin. The station shook, the cracks spreading, red ice bursting through the walls. The whispers became a command, blood for blood. And Elena knew the truth. Thomas wouldn't rest until Grayson's legacy was erased, and they were part of it. Living on his land, his lie. She grabbed the journal, its pages open to Grayson's sketch, and ran to the main hall, the team following, Mark's screams echoing behind. The plaque gleamed, Edward Grayson, founder, a taunt of his betrayal. Elena tore it down, the metal screeching, and the station shook, the shadows screamed deafening. The frost formed a new name, Elena, and the black veins on her chest spread, her vision blurring with Thomas's memories. Grayson's knife. The shards glow, the ice is packed. She smashed the plaque with Sarah's crowbar, each blow sparking, the whispers surging, yes, betrayer, yes. Mark burst into the hall, his body contorted. The shadow wrapped around him like a cloak. You can't undo it, he roared, Thomas's voice overpowering his own. The ice cracked, the ceiling collapsing, red veins glowing brighter. Liam and Tom restrained Mark, but his strength was fading, the shadow's form flickering as the plaque shattered. Elena's chest burned, the black veins pulsing with her heartbeat, and she saw it. Grayson's ritual required blood, a life for the shard's power. Thomas wanted the same, her life for his. She staggered, the journal falling, its pages open to the final entry. The ice demands a price. Grayson paid with Harrow's blood. Who pays now? The station was sinking, the glacier reclaiming its heart, and Elena's guilt, Daniel's death. Her failure made her the perfect sacrifice. Clara grabbed her frostbitten arm trembling. We need to get out. The station's done. But Elena shook her head, the whispers clear, blood for blood. She looked at Mark, his eyes flickering between Thomas's rage and his own fear, and knew they couldn't outrun the ice. Take him, she said, nodding to Mark. Get to the emergency shelter. I'll end this. Liam's eyes widened. Elena, no. But she pushed him away, the black veins spreading to her neck, her vision filled with Thomas's face. She ran to the lab, the corpse waiting, its eyes alive, its blood pooling around her feet. The shadow followed, its scream a promise of justice. Elena raised the crowbar, ready to destroy the ice, the corpse, herself, if it meant stopping Thomas. The glacier roared, and the whispers chanted, now, betrayer, now, as the station collapsed into the ice's embrace. Chapter 4. Blood on the Glacier. The lab was a mausoleum of ice and blood, its walls collapsing as the glacier's red-veined fissures tore through station glacis. Dr. Elena Voss stood before Thomas Harrow's corpse, the crowbar heavy in her trembling hands, the black veins on her chest and neck pulsing with a cold that wasn't hers. The shard was buried in the crevasse. Edward Grayson's plaque shattered, but Thomas's shadow loomed larger, its distorted form filling the room, its hollow eyes burning with decades of betrayal. The whispers were a deafening roar, blood for blood, betrayer, now, weaving her guilt, Daniel's death, her failure 5 years ago, with Thomas's murder at Grayson's hands. The corpse's wounds bled freely, pooling around her boots, the blood circle now a sea of crimson, rippling with names. Thomas, Grayson, Elena, Daniel. The station groaned, its metal frame buckling as the ice reclaimed it, and Elena knew the truth. Thomas's justice demanded a life, and the glacier had chosen hers. Her vision flashed, Grayson's ritual, the shard's curse, blood on his lips as he bound Thomas's spirit to the ice. The journal's final words echoed. Who pays now? The black veins spread, her skin paling, each breath a struggle against the frost consuming her. The shadow screamed, a sound that shattered the remaining lab equipment, glass and metal raining down. Elena raised the crowbar, her eyes locked on the corpse, its lips twitching in a silent chant. "Thomas," she said, her voice steady despite the pain. "Grayson's gone. The shard's back. Take me if you have to, but let them go." The shadow paused, its eyes narrowing, but the whispers didn't stop. "Not enough, betrayer." The blood rose, floating in droplets, forming a noose around her neck, tightening with each pulse of the ice. The door burst open, Dr. Liam Carter and Tom Brennan dragging a struggling Mark Reynolds, his eyes flickering between Thomas's rage and his own fear. Sarah and Gwen followed, her crowbar bloodied, Dr. Clara Holt leaning on her, her frostbitten arm black and useless. "Elena, don't!" Liam shouted, his voice raw. The station shook, a tremor that split the floor, red ice bursting through, glowing with the shard's rhythm. Mark howled, his body contorting, the shadows form wrapping around him like smoke. He wants it all. Mark roared, Thomas's voice overpowering his own. "Grayson's sin, your sin, the ice takes everything." Elena's heart pounded. The glacier wasn't just Thomas's prison. It was a judge, and they were all guilty. Grayson for murder, Elena for Daniel, the team for living on stolen land. She swung the crowbar at the ice, encasing the corpse, each strike sparking, the blood splashing her face. The shadow screamed, its form flickering, but the corpse's eyes followed her, its wounds bleeding faster. The whispers chanted blood for blood, and the black veins on her chest surged, her vision blurring with Thomas's memories. The knife, Grayson's laugh, the shard's glow as the ice closed over him. But there was more, a pact. Grayson's blood sealing the shard's power, a ritual that demanded a life to bind it. Thomas's death wasn't enough. The glacier wanted the station, the team, her. The floor cracked, the lab tilting as the crevasse beneath widened, its red glow swallowing the light. Liam grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "We need to get to the shelter. The station's gone." But Elena shook him off, the crowbar falling, her hands numb with frost. Mark broke free, his strength unnatural, lunging for the corpse. "It's mine," he roared, his hands tearing at the ice, blood streaming from his fingers. The shadow merged with him, Thomas's face clear now, his eyes burning with vengeance. Sarah swung her crowbar, striking Mark's back, but he didn't flinch, his hands buried in the corpse's chest, as if seeking the shard's echo. Clara shouted, her voice weak, "The ice! It's tied to the station's core. Destroy it." Elena's mind raced, the station's core. Its power grid was in the generator room, built on Grayson's legacy, the heart of his sin. If they destroyed it, they might break the glacier's hold, but the cost would be the station, their only shelter. The whispers screamed, "Now, betrayer," and the blood noose tightened, her vision darkening. She staggered to her feet, the black veins spreading to her face, her breath shallow. "The generator room," she gasped, pointing to the corridor. "We blow it. End Grayson's legacy." Liam's eyes widened. "That's suicide." The explosion, but Clara cut him off, her face pale. "It's the only way. The ice is alive because of Grayson's pact. We break it, or Thomas takes us all." Tom nodded, his crowbar bloodied, his voice grim. "I'll set the charges. Get to the shelter." Elena grabbed Mark, pulling him from the corpse, but his eyes were Thomas's, his voice a snarl. "You can't stop it." The shadow lunged, its hand grazing her, the black veins surging, her heart stuttering. She fell, the blood pooling around her, the whispers chanting, blood for blood. Liam and Sarah dragged her to the corridor, Clara limping behind, Mark restrained but thrashing, his screams echoing Thomas's. The station was collapsing, walls buckling, red ice bursting through, glowing with the shard's rhythm. The generator room was a maze of pipes and cables, the hum faltering as the ice invaded. Tom worked quickly, rigging fuel canisters to the core, his hands steady despite the tremors. 30 seconds, he said, setting the timer. "Run." They fled, Mark's screams blending with the whispers, the shadow's form flickering in the frost, its eyes everywhere. The shelter, a reinforced bunker 100 yards away, was their only chance. But the storm was a wall of white, the ice cracking beneath their feet. Elena's vision blurred, the black veins choking her, Thomas's memories flooding her, Grayson's knife, the shard's curse. The ice is packed. She saw Daniel's face, his accusation, and her own, the betrayer Thomas named her. The explosion rocked the glacier, a fireball tearing through the station, its light blinding through the storm. The whispers screamed, "No," and the shadow surged, its form shattering into fragments. Thomas's face twisting in agony. The ice cracked, the crevasse widening. Swallowing the station's remains, Elena stumbled, the black veins fading, her breath returning, but the whispers lingered, not enough. They reached the shelter, a metal hatch buried in snow. And piled inside, the air stale but warm. Mark collapsed, his eyes his own again, blood streaming from his hands. Clara's arm was black to the shoulder, her face pale, but she was alive. Tom sealed the hatch, his face grim. "It's gone," he said, meaning the station, Grayson's legacy, their home. But Elena knew it wasn't over. The glacier was quiet, but Thomas's shadow was still out there, its eyes in the ice, waiting. Inside the shelter, the team huddled, their breath fogging the air, the storm's howl muffled by the walls. Elena clutched the journal, its pages singed but intact, the final entry clear. The ice demands a price. The black veins on her chest had faded, but the cold lingered, a reminder of Thomas's touch. Mark's voice was a whisper, his eyes haunted. He showed me Grayson's face, the knife. He wanted me to feel it. Sarah's hand shook, her crowbar still gripped. "Is he gone?" she asked. But Elena didn't answer. The whispers were faint now, but they were there, betrayer. Not enough, and the shelter's walls were coated with frost, forming a single name. Thomas. Liam checked the radio. "It's signal dead, their isolation complete. We wait out the storm," he said, his voice hollow. "Then we signal for rescue." But Elena's eyes were on the frost, the name glowing faintly. And she knew rescue might come too late. Her vision flashed. One last memory, not Thomas's but her own. Daniel's hand slipping from hers, the crevasse taking him, her scream lost in the ice. The glacier had taken him, just as it had taken Thomas, and now it had marked her. The journal's map of the crevasse was crumpled in her pocket, the shard's burial site a wound that hadn't closed. Thomas's justice wasn't just about Grayson. It was about the ice, its power, its price. The shelter shook, a faint tremor, and the frost on the walls formed a new pattern, a handprint, red and fresh. Beside the name Thomas, the whispers returned, blood for blood, and Elena's heart sank. The station was gone, but the glacier wasn't done. Thomas Harrow's rage was eternal, and the ice would have its due. The shelter was a steel coffin buried in the Arctic snow, its walls groaning under the storm's relentless assault. Dr. Elena Voss sat on the cold floor, the journal clutched in her frost-numbed hands, its singed pages open to the map of the crevasse where she'd buried the shard. The black veins on her chest had faded, but a lingering cold pulsed beneath her skin, a reminder of Thomas Harrow's touch. The whispers were faint now, betrayer, blood for blood, but they coiled in her mind, weaving her guilt, Daniel's death, her failure, with Thomas's unrelenting vengeance. The station was gone, consumed by the glacier's fiery collapse, Edward Grayson's legacy reduced to ash and ice. Yet the frost on the shelter's walls told a different story. The name Thomas, etched in glowing red, beside a fresh, bloodied handprint that hadn't been there an hour ago. The team huddled in the dim glow of a single lantern, their breath fogging the air, their faces etched with dread. The glacier wasn't done, and Thomas Harrow's shadow still watched from the ice. Mark Reynolds lay against a crate, his hands bandaged, his eyes hollow but his own again. The possession had left him weak, his voice a rasp as he muttered, "He's still here. I feel him." Sarah and Gwen gripped her crowbar, her knuckles white, her eyes darting to the frost patterns. Eyes, hands, faces, all Thomas's, forming and dissolving like breath on glass. "Dr. Clara Holt cradled her frostbitten arm, now black to the elbow, her face pale but resolute. Dr. Liam Carter checked the shelter's radio, its static unbroken, their isolation a sentence. Tom Brennan stood by the hatch, his bloodied crowbar at his side, his gaze fixed on the Frost's handprint. "We blew the station," he said, his voice low. "Grayson's gone, the shard's buried. Why isn't it over?" Elena didn't answer, but the journal's words burned in her mind. The ice demands a price. The shard's return wasn't enough. Thomas's spirit, bound to the glacier's curse, wanted blood. Grayson's, hers, theirs. The shelter shook, a faint tremor that rattled the crates, the lantern flickering. The whispers surged. Not enough, betrayer, and the frost on the walls pulsed. The name Thomas glowing brighter, the handprint spreading into a clawed shape. Elena's chest tightened, the cold beneath her skin flaring, and her vision flashed. Grayson's ritual, the shard's glow, blood on his lips as he sealed the pact. Thomas's murder had fueled the glacier's power, but the station's destruction hadn't broken it. It had fed it. The explosion a sacrifice that strengthened the ice's hold. She saw Daniel's face, his hand slipping from hers, the crevasse taking him, and Thomas's, his eyes accusing, his voice clear. "Your sin. My sin, the ice takes all." The shelter's air grew heavier, the cold deepening, and the lantern dimmed, casting the team in shadow. Sarah's voice cracked. "It's getting colder." Like the lab. She swung her crowbar at the wall, the frost shattering, but the name Thomas reformed, blood seeping from the cracks. Clara's breath hitched, her blackened arm trembling. The glacier's alive. The shard was its heart, but the station was its body. We destroyed it, but we're still on its land. Liam slammed the radio down, his frustration boiling. "So what? We sit here until it takes us? We need a plan." But Elena's eyes were on the frost, the handprint now a full arm, its fingers curling toward the hatch. The whispers chanted, blood for blood, and she knew the truth. Thomas's justice wasn't about Grayson alone. The glacier had tasted blood, Daniel's, Thomas's, now theirs, and it hungered for more. She opened the journal, its map of the crevasse marked with Grayson's notes. The heart of the ice, eternal, demands a toll. The shard was back, but the pact required a life, a soul to bind it. Elena's guilt, Daniel's death. Her hesitation made her the perfect offering, and Thomas knew it. "We need to leave," she said, her voice steady despite the fear. "The shelter's not safe. The emergency beacon is at the secondary site, a mile out. If we signal for rescue, we might outrun this." Tom's eyes narrowed. A mile in this storm? With the ice breaking? It's suicide. But Clara nodded, her voice weak. "We stay, we die. The glacier's claiming us, like it claimed Thomas." Mark's head lifted, his voice a whisper. "He's waiting." Outside, the shelter shook again, the frost arm reaching the hatch, blood dripping from its fingers. They suited up, parkas and boots heavy with dread, the lantern's light barely piercing the frost glow. Elena tucked the journal into her parka, the shard's cold lingering in her chest, the whispers urging her on. "Run, betrayer, run." The hatch groaned as Tom pried it open. The storm's howl flooding the shelter, snow stinging their faces. The glacier was a white void, its cracks glowing red, the name Thomas etched in the snow, repeated endlessly, each letter bloodier than the last. The secondary site was a faint hope, a radio beacon buried in a supply cache, but the ice was alive, its groans blending with the whispers, "Here, now betrayer." Elena led, her flashlight beam swallowed by the blizzard, the team stumbling behind, Mark supported by Liam, Clara leaning on Sarah, Tom guarding the rear. The ice cracked beneath their boots, red veins pulsing, the glacier's heartbeat. Elena's vision flashed. Thomas's death, Grayson's knife, the shard's curse, and Daniel's fall, her failure sealing his fate. The whispers wove them together. Your blood, his blood, and the cold in her chest surged, the black veins faintly returning. A shadow moved in the storm, not the wind but Thomas, his form flickering, his eyes burning through the snow. Sarah screamed, her crowbar swinging at nothing, the ice cracking wider. "He's here!" she shouted, and the shadow lunged, its hand grazing Clara, who gasped, her frostbitten arm blackening further, her eyes rolling back. Liam caught her, his voice desperate. "Keep moving. We're close." But the ice was against them, fissures opening, red glow spilling out. The name Thomas forming around their feet. The secondary site was a buried crate, its marker pole snapped by the storm. Elena dug, her hands numb, the whispers screaming, blood for blood. The beacon was there, a battered radio, its signal weak but alive. Tom activated it, the static crackling with hope, but the shadow returned, towering now, Thomas's face clear, his mouth open in a silent scream. The ice erupted, a spike bursting through, grazing Sarah's leg, blood soaking her parka. She fell, her crowbar clattering, and the shadow's hand reached for her. Frost spreading across her skin. Elena grabbed her, pulling her back, the beacon's signal flickering. "Hold on," she shouted, but the whispers drowned her. "Yours now, betrayer." And the black veins surged, her vision darkening, Thomas's eyes filling her mind. Mark staggered forward, his hands free, his eyes glowing red. "He wants you," he said, Thomas's voice overpowering his own. "Your blood for his." The shadow merged with him, its form solidifying, and he lunged for Elena, his hands clawing for her chest, where the black veins pulsed. Liam tackled him, but Mark's strength was demonic, throwing him into the snow. Clara, barely conscious, whispered, "The ice, it needs a sacrifice." Elena's heart sank, the journal's warning, Grayson's pact, Thomas's demand, all pointed to her. She saw Daniel's face, his accusation, and her own, the betrayer Thomas named her. The beacon's signal strengthened, a rescue chopper's faint reply cutting through the static. But the ice was closing in, the shadows scream, shaking the glacier. Elena pushed Sarah toward Tom, her voice resolute. "Get to the cache. Signal the chopper." She faced Mark, the shadow, Thomas, the crowbar in her hand. "You want blood, Thomas? Take mine." The whispers roared, "Yes, betrayer," and the shadow lunged, its hand piercing her chest, the black veins exploding with pain. Her vision flashed, Grayson's knife, Thomas's death, Daniel's fall, her life unspooling in the ice's judgment. She swung the crowbar, striking Mark's head, and he collapsed, the shadow screaming, its form fracturing. The ice cracked, the fissure swallowing the beacon, the team scrambling back. Elena fell, blood pooling around her, the whispers softening, "Enough, enough." The shadow faded, Thomas's eyes dimming, but the glacier groaned, its red veins pulsing, and she knew it wasn't over. The team dragged her to the cache. The chopper's roar faint through the storm. The frost on her chest formed a final name, Elena, and the whispers were silent, but the cold remained, the glacier's price paid, but not forgotten. Thomas was quiet, but the ice remembered, and as the chopper's light broke through, Elena's eyes closed, the name in the snow her last sight, a promise of what waited beneath. Chapter 5. The Face in the Ice. The rescue chopper's blades thrummed through the Arctic storm, a lifeline piercing the white void where Station Glacies once stood. Dr. Elena Voss lay on the shelter's floor, her breath shallow. The black veins on her chest faded, but the cold beneath her skin eternal, a mark of Thomas Harrow's touch. Blood seeped from her wounds, pooling beneath her, the frost on her parka forming the name Elena, glowing faintly as if the glacier itself had claimed her. The journal, singed and crumpled, rested in her lap. Its final warning, "The ice demands a price," etched in her mind. She had offered her blood to Thomas's shadow, striking Mark Reynolds to break his possession, and the glacier had quieted, the whispers fading to a murmur. Enough, enough. But the ice was not done. The name Thomas lingered in the snow outside, bloodied and fresh, a reminder that the Shard's curse, Edward Grayson's sin, and her own guilt, Daniel's death, her failure, We're bound to this place, eternal as the glacier itself. Dr. Liam Carter knelt beside her, his hands pressing a bandage to her chest. His face pale, but focused. "Stay with us, Elena," he said, his voice tight. Sarah Nguyen clutched her crowbar, her leg bandaged where the ice had struck, her eyes scanning the shelter's frost-covered walls, where patterns of eyes and hands flickered, dissolving only to reform. Dr. Clara Holt sat against a crate, her frostbitten arm black and lifeless, her breath ragged, but her gaze sharp, watching the hatch as if expecting Thomas's shadow to break through. Tom Brennan stood guard, his bloodied crowbar ready, the radio crackling with the chopper's approach, its signal a faint hope against the storm's roar. Mark lay unconscious, his hands bound, his face bruised from Elena's blow, but his chest rose and fell, proof that Thomas's hold had weakened for now. The shelter shook, a tremor softer than before, but heavy with intent, the glacier's groan vibrating through the steel. The frost on the walls pulsed, the name Thomas glowing red, joined by a new pattern, a face, his face, hollow-eyed and screaming, etched in ice. Elena's heart stuttered, the cold in her chest flaring, and her vision flashed, Grayson's knife, the shard's glow, Thomas's body sinking into the crevasse, and Daniel's fall, her hand too slow to save him. The whispers returned, faint but deliberate. "Yours now, betrayer," weaving her guilt with Thomas's rage. She coughed, blood flecking her lips, and gripped the journal, its map of the crevasse a scar in her memory. The shard was buried, the station destroyed, Grayson's legacy erased, but the glacier's pact demanded more. A life, a soul, and Elena's sacrifice hadn't been enough. "We need to move," she rasped, pushing herself up, pain lancing through her chest. Liam's eyes widened. "You're in no shape to walk. The chopper's almost here." But Elena shook her head, the frost's face watching her, its mouth curling into a smile. "He's still here. The ice, it's not done." Sarah's voice trembled, her crowbar raised. "We gave him the shard, blew the station. What more does he want?" Clara's voice was weak, but certain. "The glacier's alive. The shard was its heart, but Thomas's spirit is its will. He wants justice, not just for Grayson, but for everyone who's touched this place." Tom's gaze flicked to the hatch, where frost formed a handprint, blood dripping from its fingers. "Including us," he said, his voice grim. The radio crackled, the pilot's voice cutting through. "Shelter team, we're landing in 5. Clear the area." The team scrambled, gathering their gear, but the shelter shook again, the frost face growing sharper, Thomas's eyes locking onto Elena. The whispers surged, blood for blood, and the cold her chest pulsed, the black veins faintly returning. She saw it clearly now. Grayson's pact had bound Thomas to the ice, but her blood, her guilt, had tied her to it too. The chopper's roar grew louder, its lights piercing the storm, but the ice groaned, a deep, resonant warning, and the frost on the walls formed a new name: Daniel. Elena's breath hitched, her guilt flaring, Daniel's death, her hesitation, the crevasse that took him. The glacier knew, and Thomas was using it, twisting her pain to keep her here. They pried open the hatch, the storm's howl flooding the shelter, snow stinging their faces. The chopper hovered, its landing lights a beacon, but the ice was alive, cracks glowing red, the name Thomas etched in the snow. Circling the shelter like a trap, Elena stumbled out, supported by Liam, the journal clutched in her hand, the cold in her chest burning. The frost face followed, forming in the snow, its eyes tracking her, its mouth open in a silent scream. Mark stirred, his eyes flickering, and he muttered, "He's waiting in the ice." Sarah's crowbar swung at the frost, shattering the face, but it reformed, blood seeping from its edges. Clara limped behind, her blackened arm dragging, her voice urgent. "The crevasse, it's the source. We didn't bury the shard deep enough." The chopper landed, its blades churning the snow, the pilot waving them on. But the ice cracked, a fissure opening, red glow spilling out, the shadow emerging, Thomas's form towering, his limbs stretched, his face shifting between his own, Daniel's, Elena's. The whispers screamed, "Stay, betrayer," and the cold in Elena's chest surged, her vision blurring with Thomas's memories. Grayson's betrayal, the shard's curse, the ice's pact. But there was more. A ritual, not just Grayson's but ancient, the glacier's power demanding a soul to guard its heart. Thomas had been the first, but Elena was next, her blood sealing the bond. She pushed forward, the chopper's door opened, but the shadow lunged, its hand grazing her, the black veins exploding with pain, her heart stuttering. Liam pulled her back, shouting, "Get in." Sarah and Tom dragged Mark, his body limp, his eyes glowing faintly red. Clara stumbled, the shadow's touch blackening her leg, her scream lost in the storm. Elena's vision flashed. Daniel's fall, Thomas's death, her own face in the ice, accusing. She saw the ritual's end. A life given willingly, blood on the ice, the shard's power sealed. The chopper's engine roared, the pilot yelling, "Now or never!" But the ice cracked wider, the fissure swallowing the snow, the name Thomas glowing, blood pooling around Elena's boots. She knew the truth. The glacier wouldn't let them leave. Thomas's justice demanded her, and her guilt, Daniel's death, her failure, made her the perfect sacrifice. She tore free from Liam, the journal falling, its pages scattering in the wind. "Go," she shouted, her voice raw. "I'll hold him." The shadow screamed, its form solidifying, Thomas's face clear, his eyes burning with vengeance. Elena faced it, the cold in her chest afire, the black veins spreading to her face. "You want me, Thomas? Take me." The whispers roared, "Yes, betrayer." And the shadow lunged, its hand piercing her chest, the pain blinding. Her vision filled with the crevasse, the shard's glow, Grayson's knife, Daniel's scream. Her life unspooling in the ice's judgment. The team scrambled into the chopper, Mark's eyes flickering, Clara's arm black, Sarah's crowbar falling. Liam reached for her, his scream lost in the storm. But the ice closed around Elena, the fissure sealing, the shadow's scream fading. The chopper lifted, its lights fading into the blizzard, the glacier's groan drowning the engine's roar. Elena stood alone, the snow a sea of names, Thomas, Daniel, Elena, bloodied and glowing. The shadow was gone, the whispers silent, but the cold in her chest was eternal, her blood seeping into the ice. Sealing the pact, the journal's map lay at her feet, the crevasse marked, a wound that never closed. She saw Thomas's face in the ice, not raging but calm, his eyes meeting hers. A nod of acknowledgement. The glacier had its price, and she had paid it, her guilt, her life, bound to its heart. The storm howled, the ice groaned, and Elena's eyes closed. The name in the snow, her final sight, a promise of what waited beneath. The chopper's radio crackled, the pilot's voice faint. "We got 5. 1 stay behind." Liam's voice broke. "Elena, she saved us." The glacier was silent, the names in the snow buried by fresh powder, but the ice remembered, its red veins pulsing deep below, the shard's curse eternal. Thomas Harrow's justice was done, but the glacier's hunger lingered, waiting for the next betrayer, the next blood to claim. The glacier stretched endless beneath the Arctic storm, a frozen sea of secrets, its red-veined cracks glowing faintly where station glacies had been swallowed. Dr. Elena Voss was gone, her blood seeping into the ice, her sacrifice sealing the pact that bound Thomas Harrow's spirit to the glacier's heart. The rescue chopper had vanished into the blizzard, carrying Dr. Liam Carter, Sarah Gwynn, Dr. Clara Holt, Tom Brennan, and a barely conscious Mark Reynolds, their faces haunted by Elena's final stand. The journal, its pages scattered in the snow, lay buried now, its map of the crevasse a forgotten scar. The whispers had fallen silent, the name Thomas no longer glowing in the frost, but the glacier's cold was alive, pulsing with the shard's curse, Edward Grayson's sin, and Elena's guilt, Daniel's death, her failure, now part of the ice's eternal memory. The shadow was gone, but the face in the ice remained, watching, waiting, a promise that the price was paid, but never enough. In the chopper, the air was thick with grief and fear. The engines roar a frail defense against the storm's howl. Liam sat by the window, his hands bloodied from Elena's wounds, his eyes fixed on the white void below, where the glacier had claimed her. She knew, he said, his voice barely audible over the blades. She knew it wanted her. Sarah clutched her bandaged leg, the crowbar lost in the snow, her face pale as she stared at the frost on the chopper's windows, patterns forming, eyes, hands, a face. Thomas's face, fleeting but undeniable. Clara, her frost-bitten arm black and numb, leaned against a crate, her breath shallow, her eyes distant. "The glacier's not done," she whispered, her voice laced with certainty. "We took its heart, broke its body, but it's still alive." Tom, his crowbar gripped tightly, nodded his gaze on Mark, who stirred, his eyes flickering, no longer glowing but haunted, as if Thomas's touch lingered. The pilot's voice crackled through the headset, strained but professional. "Base in 10 minutes. Hang on." But the chopper shook, a sudden jolt that sent crates sliding, the frost on the windows pulsing red. The face in the ice reformed, sharper now, not just Thomas's but Elena's, her eyes accusing. Her mouth opened in a silent scream. The team froze, the air growing colder, the frost spreading, forming words, blood for blood. Sarah's breath hitched, her hand grabbing Liam's. "It followed us," she said, her voice trembling. Clara's eyes narrowed, her climatology expertise cutting through her pain. "The shards in the crevasse, but the glacier's power isn't bound to one place. It's in us now and what we've seen." Mark's head lifted, his voice a rasp. "I saw her, Elena, in the ice. She's with him." The chopper shook again, the pilot cursing as the controls faltered. The frost creeping into the cabin, the face in the ice watching. Liam's mind raced, replaying Elena's sacrifice, her blood, her stand against Thomas's shadow, the glacier's acceptance. The journal's warning, "The ice demand a price," echoed, and he saw it clearly. Grayson's pact had bound Thomas. Elena's blood had bound her, and the team, witnesses to the glacier's power, were marked. The frost formed a new name, Daniel, and Liam's heart sank. Elena's guilt now theirs, the glacier weaving her past with their present. "We need to break it," he said, his voice resolute. "The pact, the curse, there's got to be a way." Clara shook her head, her blackened arm trembling. "The glacier's older than us, older than Grayson. It doesn't break. It takes." But Liam's eyes were on the frost, the face shifting. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now his own accusing, betraying. The chopper's radio crackled, static laced with a whisper, "Betrayer, not enough." The pilot's voice cut through, panicked. "Instruments are failing. Something's wrong." The frost pulsed, the face in the ice growing larger, its eyes locking on a Mark, who gasped, his hands clawing at his chest. Blood seeping through his bandages. "He's here." Mark choked, his eyes glowing faintly red, Thomas's presence stirring. Sarah swung a crate at the window, shattering the frost, but the face reformed, blood dripping from its edges. Tom raised his crowbar, his voice grim. "We fight, or we die." The chopper lurched, the glacier's groan audible through the storm, a deep, resonant warning that shook the cabin. The face in the ice smiled, and the whispers surged, "Yours now, betrayer." Liam grabbed a flare gun from the emergency kit, his hand shaking. "If it's in us, we burn out," he said, his voice desperate. He fired at the frost, the flare's heat melting the patterns, the face screaming, its form fracturing. The chopper steadied, the radio clearing, the pilot's voice returning. "Instruments back. Base in 5. But the frost reformed, slower now. The name Thomas glowing, joined by Elena, Daniel, and now Liam. The cold in the cabin deepened, the team's breath fogging, the glacier's presence pressing against their minds. Clara's voice was a whisper, her eyes on her blackened arm. It's not just Thomas. The glacier wants us all. For what we've done, for what we know. Mark's eyes flickered, his voice faint. I saw them together in the ice. The chopper landed at the base, a cluster of prefab buildings on the glacier's edge. The storm's still raging. The team stumbled out, medics rushing to them. But the frost followed, forming on the base's windows, the face in the ice watching. Mark was carried to the infirmary. His eyes closed, his breath uneven, but the blood on his hands glowed faintly, the glacier's mark. Clara's arm was beyond saving, the frostbite spreading, her face pale as she whispered, "It's in me." Sarah's leg wound bled through its bandage, the frost forming her name, Sarah, in the snow. Tom's crowbar was useless now, his eyes haunted, the name Tom appearing on the base's walls. Liam felt it too, the cold in his chest, the whispers faint but persistent, betrayer, blood for blood. The base's lights flickered, the frost spreading, the face in the ice shifting. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now all of them a chorus of guilt. In the infirmary, Liam sat by Clara, her arm amputated, her eyes distant but sharp. "The glacier's alive," she said, her voice weak. The shard was its heart, the station its body, but its soul is the ice, and it remembers everything: Grayson's sin, Elena's sacrifice, our survival. Liam nodded. The frost on the window, forming his name, Liam, blood seeping from its edges. "We can't run," he said, his voice resolute. "We need to find the crevasse, break the pact." Sarah overheard, her face pale, her leg wound glowing faintly red. Elena tried that. It took her, but Tom stepped forward, his crowbar in hand. "She bought us time. We owe her more than running." Mark stirred, his eyes open, no longer glowing but haunted. "She's with him," he whispered. "In the ice. They're waiting." The base shook, a tremor softer than the station's collapse, but heavy with intent. The glacier's groan echoing through the walls. The frost pulsed, the face in the ice growing larger, its eyes locking onto Liam, its mouth curling into a smile. The whispers returned, blood for blood, and the cold in his chest flared, the black veins faintly returning. His vision flashed. Elena's sacrifice, her blood in the snow, Thomas's shadow fading, but the glacier's power growing. Its hunger eternal. The infirmary's lights dimmed, the frost spreading, forming names: Thomas, Elena, Daniel, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, a litany of guilt. The medics backed away, their faces pale. The frost forming their names too, the glacier's reach unending. Liam grabbed a map from the base's archives, a crude sketch of the glacier. The crevasse marked where Elena had buried the shard. "We go back," he said, his voice steady despite the fear. "We find a shard, destroy it in the pact." Clara's eyes widened, her voice weak. "It's not just the shard. The glacier's the curse. You'd need to destroy the ice itself." Sarah's hand trembled, her wound bleeding. "That's impossible." But Tom nodded, his crowbar ready. "We try, or we're next." Mark stood, his strength returning, his eyes clear but haunted. "I'll show you. I saw it," where she fell. The base shook again, the frost face screaming, its form fracturing, the whispers chanting, "Now, betrayer, now." They suited up, the base's lights failing, the frost spreading, the face in the ice watching. The crevasse was a mile out, a wound in the glacier's heart, where Elena's blood had sealed the pact. The storm raged, the ice cracking, the names in the snow glowing: Thomas, Elena, Daniel, Liam. The team stepped into the blizzard, the chopper's wreckage a distant memory, the glacier's groan their only guide. The face in the ice followed, its eyes burning, its mouth open, a promise that the price was paid, but never enough. The whispers surged, blood for blood, and Liam felt it, the cold in his chest. The glacier's hunger, Elena's sacrifice, Thomas's rage, all bound to the ice, eternal, waiting. The Arctic storm was a living beast, its howl tearing through the glacier's expanse. Snow and ice lashing at the team, as they trudged toward the crevasse. Dr. Liam Carter led, the crude map from the base clutched in his gloved hand. Its ink smudged, but the crevasses marked clear. A wound in the glacier where Dr. Elena Voss had buried the shard, where her blood had sealed the pact with Thomas Harrow's vengeful spirit. The cold was a blade, cutting through their parkas, but it was the glacier's cold, deeper, older, that gripped their bones, pulsing with the shard's curse and the whispers that followed. Blood for blood, betrayer. Sarah Nguyen limped beside him, her leg wound bleeding through its bandage, the frost forming her name, Sarah, in the snow. Dr. Clara Holt staggered, her amputated arm a phantom pain, her face pale, but her eyes burning with resolve. Tom Brennan guarded the rear, his crowbar bloodied, the name Tom glowing red in the ice. Mark Reynolds, no longer possessed but marked by Thomas's touch, walked in silence, his eyes haunted, whispering, "She's there with him." The glacier was alive, its red-veined cracks pulsing beneath the snow, each groan a warning that the ice remembered. Edward Grayson's betrayal, Elena's sacrifice, the team's survival. The face in the ice followed, forming in the frost, on the snow. In the air itself, Thomas's face, Elena's, Daniel's. Now there's a chorus of guilt etched in glowing red. The whispers surged, "Yours now, betrayer," and Liam felt it, the cold in his chest. The black veins faintly returning, Elena's guilt woven with his own. He dismissed her fears, clung to science while the glacier judged them, and now the ice demanded its due. The crevasse loomed ahead, a black maw framed by glowing ice, its red veins pulsing faster, the name Thomas circling it, bloodied and fresh. The map trembled in Liam's hand. The shard's burial site a scar, and he knew this was their last stand. The glacier's heart, the curse's source, the price unpaid. Sarah's voice was a rasp, her crowbar raised. "It's worse here. The ice, it's watching." She pointed to the snow, with a face in the ice formed, not just Thomas's but Elena's, her eyes accusing, her mouth open in a scream. Clara's breath hitched, her voice weak but certain. "The shard's down there, but the glacier's the curse. We destroy it, or it takes us all." Tom's eyes narrowed, his crowbar ready. "How do you destroy a glacier?" "We've got no explosives, no time." Mark's head lifted, his voice faint. "She showed me. Elena, the shard's alive. Break it," and the ice breaks. The whispers screamed, "No, betrayer." And the ice cracked, a fissure opening, red glow spilling out, the face in the ice growing larger, its eyes locking onto Liam. They reached the crevasse's edge, its depths swallowing their flashlights' beams, the red veins pulsing like arteries. The air was thick with decay, the stench of blood and ancient ice, and the whispers became a voice, Thomas's voice. Cold and clear, blood for blood. Liam's vision flashed, Grayson's ritual, the shard's glow, Elena's sacrifice, her blood sealing the pact. The shard wasn't just a mineral, it was the glacier's soul, bound to Thomas, to Elena, now to them. The cold in his chest flared, the black veins spreading, and he saw his own face in the ice, accusing, betraying. "We go down," he said, his voice resolute. "Find a shard, break it." Sarah's eyes widened, her wound bleeding faster. "That's what Elena did. It killed her." But Clara nodded, her face pale. "She bought us time. We finish it." Tom rigged a rope to a buried ice anchor, his hands steady despite the storm's fury. Liam descended first, the crevasses walls alive with frost patterns. Faces, hands, eyes, all watching. All Thomas's, Elena's, Daniel's. The whispers roared, "Stay, betrayer," and the cold gripped him, the black veins pulsing with his heartbeat. Sarah followed, her crowbar hooked to her belt, her leg wound leaving a trail of blood. Clara, weakened but determined, came next, her flashlight trembling. Tom and Mark stayed above, guarding the rope, Mark's eyes flickering, as if Thomas's presence lingered. The crevasse was a cathedral of ice, its red veins glowing brighter, the shard's burial site marked by a blood-stained ledge, where Elena had fallen. Liam's flashlight caught it. A faint glow, the shard's black core pulsing through the ice, its whispers deafening. Mine, betrayer, mine. Liam knelt, his hands numb, and dug, the ice resisting, blood seeping from his fingers. The face in the ice formed on the ledge. Thomas's face, Elena's, their eyes burning, their mouths chanting blood for blood. Sarah swung her crowbar, cracking the ice. But the shard's glow flared, the whispers screaming no. The crevasse shook, ice shards raining down, and the shadow emerged, not from the ledge but from the walls, Thomas's form towering. His limbs stretched, his face shifting. Thomas, Elena, now Liam. Clara's flashlight fell, her voice a gasp. It's in us. The pact. It's claiming us. Liam's vision flashed. Grayson's knife. Elena's blood. The shard's curse. A ritual that demanded a soul. The glacier didn't want the shard broken. It wanted them bound, their blood sealing its power. Sarah struck again, the ice splintering. The shard's glow blinding. The shadow lunged, its hand piercing her chest, frost spreading. Her scream cut short as black veins erupted, her eyes glowing red. Liam grabbed her, pulling her back. But the shadow's touch was poison, her body trembling, the name Sarah forming in the ice. Clara shouted, "Break it now!" Liam swung the crowbar, striking the shard, its black core cracking. The whispers screaming, "No, betrayer, no." The crevasse shook, the red veins pulsing faster, the shadow's form fracturing, Thomas's face twisting in agony. Sarah collapsed, her eyes flickering, the black veins fading, but the shard's glow dimmed, its power faltering. Liam struck again, the ice shattering, the shard's core exposed, pulsing weakly, the whispers softening enough. But the glacier fought back, the crevasse collapsing, ice walls closing in. The rope jerked, Tom's voice shouting from above, "Pull up! It's caving!" Liam tied the rope around Sarah, her body limp. And Clara, her strength gone, clung to him. The shadow screamed, its form splintering, Thomas's eyes locking onto Liam. Elena's face beside his, her voice faint. "Finish it." Liam struck the shard one last time, the black core exploding in a burst of red light, the whispers silenced, the shadow vanishing. The crevasse roared, ice crashing down, and Liam pushed Sarah and Clara up, the rope burning his hands. He climbed, the walls closing, the red veins dimming, the face in the ice fading, Thomas's eyes closing. Elena's gone. They broke the surface, Tom and Mark pulling them from the crevasse. The storms howled, drowning the glacier's final groan. The ice was silent, the red cracks dark, the names in the snow buried by fresh powder. Sarah stirred, her eyes clear, the black veins gone, but her wound bled, a reminder of the glacier's touch. Clara collapsed, her breath shallow. Her arms lost a weight she'd carry forever. Mark's eyes were his own, but he whispered, "They're together," in the ice. Tom's crowbar fell, his face grim, the name Tom no longer glowing. Liam's chest was cold, the black veins gone, but the glacier's mark lingered, Elena's sacrifice a scar. The base's lights flickered in the distance, the storm easing. The chopper's wreckage a distant memory. They stumbled back, the glacier quiet but watching, its power dimmed but not broken. The shard was destroyed, the pact shattered. But the ice remembered, Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, their survival. In the base, medics tended their wounds, but the frost on the windows formed faint patterns. Eyes, hands, a face. Not Thomas's, but Elena's, watching, waiting. Liam held the map, its crevasse marked, a wound that never closed. "It's over," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Clara's eyes met his, her voice a whisper. "The glacier's eternal. We paid its price, but it'll want more." Sarah's hand trembled, her wound glowing faintly, the name Sarah forming in the frost. Mark nodded, his eyes haunted. "She's with him. They're waiting." The base shook, a faint tremor, the frost pulsing, the face in the ice smiling. The team sat in silence, the storm fading, the glacier's cold eternal. Thomas Harrow's justice was done, but the ice was patient, its hunger bound to the next betrayer, the next blood to claim. The face in the ice watched, and the glacier remembered, its whispers silent but not gone, a promise of what waited beneath. Chapter 6: Shadows of Betrayal. The Arctic base was a fragile outpost, its prefab walls trembling under the fading storm's final gusts, the glacier's silence a deceptive calm. Dr. Liam Carter sat in the infirmary, his hands bandaged, the cold in his chest a lingering echo of the shard's curse. The map of the crevasse, now crumpled on the table, marked the spot where Dr. Elena Voss had fallen, where the shard, heart of the glacier's power, had been shattered, its black core exploding in a burst of red light. Thomas Harrow's shadow had vanished, the whispers silenced, the names in the snow buried. Yet the frost on the windows pulsed faintly, forming eyes, hands, a face. Not Thomas's, not Elena's, but something older, deeper, the glacier itself, watching. Sarah Nguyen lay on a cot, her leg wound stitched but glowing faintly red, the name Sarah etched in the frost beside her. Dr. Clara Holt, her arm gone, stared at the ceiling, her breath shallow, the name Clara forming in the ice. Tom Brennan paced, his crowbar by the door, the name Tom glowing on the wall. Mark Reynolds, free of Thomas's possession, sat in silence, his eyes haunted, whispering, "They're still there." The glacier was quiet, its red-veined cracks dark, but its presence lingered, a weight in the air, a cold that seeped into their bones. The shard's destruction had broken the pact, Grayson's ritual, Elena's sacrifice, but the ice remembered, its hunger eternal. Liam's vision flashed, Elena's blood in the snow, Thomas's knife wound betrayal, Daniel's fall, the glacier's judgment. The whispers were gone, but the frost spoke, forming words, blood for blood. The team had survived, but they were marked. Their guilt, Elena's for Daniel, theirs for living, bound to the ice. The base's lights flickered, the infirmary's walls groaning, and Liam knew the truth. The glacier wasn't done. Thomas's vengeance was sated, but the ice itself, ancient and alive, demanded more, its soul stirred by their intrusion. Clara's voice broke the silence, weak but sharp. The shard's gone, but the glacier's still awake. We touched its heart, and it knows us now. Her eyes flicked to the frost, where the face in the ice formed, not human but glacial, its eyes hollow, its mouth a jagged crevasse. Sarah sat up, wincing, her wound pulsing. It followed us. From the station, the crevasse here. She pointed to the frost, where her name glowed, blood seeping from its edges. Tom stopped pacing, his crowbar trembling. We destroyed everything. Grayson's station, the shard. What's left? Mark's head lifted, his voice a rasp. Us. It wants us. The base shook, a tremor soft but deliberate, the frost pulsing, the face in the ice smiling, its eyes locking onto Liam, the name Liam forming beside the others. Liam grabbed the map, its crevasse marked a scar, and stood, his voice resolute. We need to understand what we're fighting. The shard was part of it, but the glacier's the source. There's got to be something in the archives, Grayson's notes, the expedition logs. Clara nodded, her face pale. He built the station to guard the shard, but the ice was always the power. We need to know what he found, what he woke. Sarah's eyes widened, her wound bleeding through its stitches. Go back to the archives? After what happened? But Tom gripped his crowbar, his voice grim. We don't run. Elena gave her life. We owe her answers. Mark stood, his strength returning, his eyes clear but haunted. I'll show you. I saw it in the ice. They moved to the base's archive room, a cramped space of metal shelves and dusty files, the air thick with the scent of old paper and frost. The lights flickered, the frost spreading, forming faces, not just Thomas's, Elena's, Daniel's, but the team's, their guilt etched in glowing red. Liam pulled a box labeled Grayson Expeditions, its contents spilling, logs, maps, a journal. Not Elena's but Grayson's, its leather cover cracked, its pages stained with blood. He opened it, his hands trembling, and read aloud. The ice is alive, older than time. The shard is its heart, but the glacier is its soul. We took it, and it took Harrow. I sealed it with his blood, but the price is eternal. The frost pulsed, the face in the ice growing larger, its mouth open. The whispers returning, faint but clear. Betrayer, yours now. Sarah's voice trembled, her crowbar raised. He knew. Grayson knew it would never stop. Clara flipped through a log, her one-handed grip awkward but steady. The expedition wasn't just about minerals. They found something in the crevasse, a chamber older than the ice, carved with symbols. Grayson called it a temple. Tom's eyes narrowed, the name Tom glowing on the wall. A temple? For what? Mark's voice was a whisper, his eyes distant. For the ice. I saw it when Thomas was in me. A place where the glacier speaks. The base shook, the frost spreading, the face in the ice shifting. Now a cavernous maw, its eyes burning, the whispers surging. Find it, betrayer. Liam found a map, older than the stations, showing the crevasse and a chamber beneath, marked with a symbol, a spiral, like the frost patterns. Grayson's notes described it. The temple holds the glacier's will. The shard was its offering, Harrow's blood its seal. To end it, the temple must burn, but the ice will take all who try. Liam's heart sank. The crevasse was a mile out, the chamber deeper, a suicide mission in the storm's remnants. But the frost pulsed, the names glowing, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, and the face in the ice smiled, its eyes locking onto him. The cold in his chest flaring, the black veins faintly returning. We go to the chamber, he said, his voice steady despite the fear. Burn it, and the glacier's hold. Sarah's wound bled, her voice a gasp. That's what Elena tried. It took her, but Clara's eyes burned, her voice firm. She broke the shard. We break the source. They suited up, the base's lights dimming. The frost spreading, the face in the ice watching. The crevasse was a wound in the glacier, its red veins dark but pulsing faintly, the storm's edge a fading threat. Liam led, the map in his hand, the crowbar heavy at his belt. Sarah limped, her wound glowing, the name Sarah forming in the snow. Clara followed, her strength waning, the name Clara etched in the frost. Tom and Mark carried fuel canisters, their faces grim, the names Tom and Mark glowing in the ice. The crevasse's entrance yawned, its depths black, the air thick with decay. The whispers faint but persistent. Here, betrayer, here. Liam's vision flashed. Elena's sacrifice, Thomas's betrayal, the shard's explosion, the glacier's hunger. The face in the ice formed in the snow, its eyes burning, its mouth open, a promise of what waited below. They descended, ropes tied to ice anchors. The crevasses, walls alive with frost patterns, spirals, eyes, faces, the glacier's will. The whispers grew louder, blood for blood, and the cold in Liam's chest pulsed, the black veins spreading. His vision blurring with Elena's face, Daniel's, his own. The chamber was deep, its entrance a carved arch, symbols glowing red, the air warm, unnatural, pulsing with the glacier's heartbeat. Inside was a cavern, its walls etched with spirals, a stone altar at its center, stained with blood, Thomas's, Elena's, now theirs. The face in the ice formed on the ceiling, massive, its eyes hollow, its mouth a crevasse, the whispers roaring, yours now, betrayer. Liam set the fuel canisters, his hands shaking, the frost pulsing, the name Liam glowing on the altar. Sarah's wound bled, the name Sarah forming in the blood. Clara's breath was ragged, the name Clara etched in the frost. Tom and Mark poured the fuel, the names Tom and Mark glowing, the face in the ice screaming now. The whispers surged, blood for blood, and the shadow returned. Not Thomas's, but the glacier's, its form a mass of ice and eyes, its voice ancient, eternal. You cannot break me. Liam liafla. The flame hissing, the frost melting, the face in the ice twisting in agony. The whispers screamed, "Betrayer," and the chamber shook, the altar cracking, blood seeping from its surface. The names glowing brighter: Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark. The shadow lunged, its hand piercing Liam's chest, the black veins exploding, his vision filled with the glacier's memory, Grayson's pact, Thomas's death, Elena's sacrifice, the ice's hunger. He threw the flare, the fuel igniting, the chamber erupting in fire, the face in the ice screaming, its form fracturing. The team ran, the crevasse collapsing, the whispers fading. Enough, enough. They climbed, the ropes burning, the ice closing, the red veins dimming, the face in the ice gone. The glacier was silent, the names in the snow buried, but the cold remained, the glacier's mark eternal, a promise that the ice remembered and its hunger waited. The crevasse roared as flames consumed the ancient chamber, the glacier's carved altar shattering in a burst of fire and blood. Dr. Liam Carter scrambled up the rope, his hands raw, the cold in his chest burning where the glacier's shadow had pierced him, the black veins pulsing faintly beneath his skin. The air was thick with smoke and decay, the red-veined eyes collapsing, its glow dimming as the whispers, blood for blood. Betrayer, faded to a desperate hiss. No, no, no. Sarah Nguyen climbed beside him, her leg wound bleeding through its stitches, her crowbar lost in the inferno. The name Sarah no longer glowing, but etched in her trembling hands. Dr. Clara Holt, her strength nearly gone, clung to the rope, her frostbitten arms' absence a weight heavier than the ice. Tom Brennan and Mark Reynolds pulled from above, their faces grim, the names Tom and Mark fading in the snow, but lingering in their haunted eyes. The face in the ice was gone, its screams silenced. But the glacier's presence pulsed, a living cold that remembered Edward Grayson's sin, Dr. Elena Voss's sacrifice, and the team's defiance. They broke the surface, collapsing onto the snow, the crevasse sealing behind them with a final groan, the storm's remnants swirling in a fading howl. The glacier was silent, its red cracks dark, the frost patterns. Eyes, hands, faces dissolved. The names Thomas, Elena, Daniel, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark buried under fresh powder. Liam's breath fogged the air, his vision clearing, the black veins receding. But the cold in his chest remained, a scar of the glacier's touch. He saw Elena's face, her blood in the snow, Thomas's shadow fading, the chamber's altar burning. A price paid, but never enough. The map, singed and torn, lay in the snow, its crevasse mark a wound that pulsed faintly, as if the glacier's heart still beat. The whispers were gone, but the ice watched, its hunger dimmed but eternal, waiting for the next betrayer. Sarah's voice was a rasp, her wound bleeding, her eyes scanning the snow. Is it over? She touched the frost, expecting the name Sarah to reform, but it didn't. Clara, panting, her face pale, shook her head. The chamber's gone, the shards destroyed, but the glacier's older than us. It's alive, and we're marked. Tom gripped his crowbar, the name Tom no longer glowing but heavy in his silence. We burned its temple. What's left? Mark's eyes, clear but haunted, met Liam's. Them, Thomas, Elena, they're part of it now. I saw them in the fire, together, watching. The base's lights flickered in the distance, a frail beacon, but the snow was unmarked, the glacier's surface smooth, deceptive, as if it had never bled. Liam stood, the cold in his chest a reminder of the glacier's judgment, Grayson's pact, Elena's blood, their survival. We get to the base, signal for evac, and leave this place, he said, his voice steady despite the dread. But we don't forget. The glacier knows us. The team nodded, their wounds, Sarah's leg, Clara's arm, Mark's hands, Tom's silence, Liam's chest, a litany of the ice's price. They trudged back, the storm easing, the glacier quiet but watching, its cold seeping into their bones. The base loomed, its walls frost-covered, The infirmary waiting, but the windows were clear, no faces, no names, only the faint pulse of frost, a heartbeat too slow to be human. The medics rushed them, their faces pale, unaware of the glacier's reach, but the team felt it, the cold, the weight, the memory of the ice. In the infirmary, Liam sat by Clara, her breath steadier, her eyes sharp despite her loss. "The glacier's soul is the ice," she said, her voice low. "We burned its temple, broke its heart, but it's eternal. It'll call again." Sarah's wound was stitched again, the glow gone, but she flinched at the frost, expecting her name. "We survived," she said, her voice uncertain. "That's enough, right?" Tom shook his head, his crowbar by his side, the name Tom a shadow in his mind. "Elena gave everything. We owe her more than survival." Mark lay on a cot, his hands bandaged, his voice a whisper. They're together. Thomas, Elena, Daniel. The ice keeps them. Liam's hand tightened on the map, the crevasse a scar, and he saw it. Grayson's ritual, the shard's curse, Elena's sacrifice, the chamber's fire, all part of the glacier's endless hunger. The base shook, a tremor so faint it might have been imagination, but the frost pulsed, a single eye forming, not Thomas's, not Elena's, but the glacier's, hollow and ancient. Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, and his vision flashed. The chamber's altar, blood on the ice, the glacier's voice, "Yours now, betrayer." The eye vanished, the frost still, but the cold remained. The glacier's mark eternal. "We need Grayson's journal," Liam said, his voice resolute. There's more he didn't write, something about the temple's symbols. Clara nodded, her eyes distant. "The archives. If there's a way to end it, it's there." Sarah's hand trembled, her wound aching. "Go back to the archives? After everything?" But Tom stood, his crowbar ready. "We don't run. Not now." They returned to the archive room, the air thick with frost, the shelves untouched, but the walls pulsing faintly, as if the glacier breathed. Liam found Grayson's journal, its blood-stained pages open to a final entry. "The temple is the glacier's will, the shard its heart, but the ice is its soul. To break it, burn the temple, but the price is all. I paid with Harrow, and the ice took me still." A sketch showed the temple's symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, the same as the frost patterns, a language older than humanity. Clara's voice was a whisper, her one hand tracing the page. "These aren't just symbols. They're a binding, a ritual older than Grayson, older than the ice. The glacier's a prison, and we opened it." Mark's eyes widened, his voice faint. "I saw it, the symbols and the fire. They spoke." The base shook again, the frost pulsing, the eye reforming, larger now, its gaze piercing Liam, the cold in his chest flaring. The black veins faintly returning. The whispers returned, faint but clear, blood for blood, and the frost formed names. Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, not glowing but etched a warning. Liam's vision flashed, the chamber's fire, the shard's explosion, Elena's blood, the glacier's hunger, and a new image, the temple's symbols, glowing red, a ritual unfinished, a price unpaid. "We burned the temple," he said, his voice trembling, "but the ritual's still active. The ice wants us to finish it." Sarah's wound bled, her voice a gasp. "Finish it how? Another sacrifice?" Clara's eyes burned, her voice firm. "The symbols, they're the key. We need to understand them, break the binding." The frost pulsed, the eye growing, the whispers chanting, "Now, betrayer, now." The base's lights dimmed, the walls groaning, the glacier's presence pressing against their minds. Liam clutched the journal, the symbols a map to the glacier's soul, a way to end the curse, or seal their fate. The team stood, their wounds a litany, their guilt a chain, the glacier's eye watching, its hunger eternal. The crevasse was silent, the shard gone. The temple burned, but the ice was alive, its soul bound to their blood, their betrayal, their survival. The frost formed a final symbol, a spiral, glowing red, the glacier's heart. And Liam knew the truth. The ritual demanded everything, and the ice would have its due. The base's radio crackled, an evac chopper signal faint but clear, a lifeline they might not reach. The frost pulsed, the ice smiling, the whispers softening. Yours now, betrayer. The team moved, the journal their guide, the glacier's cold their judge, the symbols their only hope. The crevasse waited, a wound that never closed, and the ice remembered, its hunger patient, its price eternal, a promise of what lay beneath. Chapter 7. The Glacier's Memory. The Arctic base trembled, its prefab walls coated with frost that pulsed like a living vein, the glacier's presence a silent judge in the fading storm. Dr. Liam Carter clutched Edward Grayson's blood-stained journal. Its pages open to the sketch of the temple's symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, a language older than the ice, binding the glacier's soul to its curse. The name Liam glowed faintly on the frost, joined by Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, a litany of guilt etched in red. The face in the ice had vanished, but the glacier's eye lingered, hollow and ancient, watching from the shadows of the archive room. The shard was destroyed, the temple burned, Dr. Elena Voss's blood sealed in the crevasse. Yet the glacier's ritual, Grayson's pact, the ice's hunger, remained, demanding a final price. The whispers were faint, blood for blood, betrayer, but they coiled in Liam's mind. Weaving his survival with Elena's sacrifice, Thomas Harrow's vengeance, and the team's intrusion into the glacier's heart. Sarah Nguyen leaned against a shelf, her leg wound bleeding through fresh bandages, the name Sarah pulsing in the frost, her crowbar gone, but her hands trembling with defiance. Dr. Clara Holt sat, her one arm a ghost of pain, her eyes sharp despite her pallor, the name Clara glowing on the wall. Tom Brennan stood by the door, his crowbar bloodied, the name Tom etched in the ice, his silence heavy with resolve. Mark Reynolds, free of Thomas's possession but marked by his touch, stared at the journal's symbols, his voice a rasp. I saw them in the fire. They spoke, not words but feelings. Rage, hunger. The base shook, a tremor soft but deliberate, the frost pulsing, the glacier's eye reforming, its gaze piercing Liam, the cold in his chest flaring, the black veins faintly returning. Liam's vision flashed, the chamber's fire, the shard's explosion, Elena's blood in the snow, the temple's symbols glowing red, a ritual unfinished. Grayson's journal warned, the ice is its soul. Burn the temple, but the price is all. The symbols were the key, a binding older than Grayson, older than the glacier, tying the team to its will. We need to understand these, Liam said, his voice steady despite the dread. The symbols, they're a ritual, a way to break the glacier's hold or finish what Grayson started. Clara's eyes narrowed, her voice weak but certain. They're not just symbols. They're a contract written in blood. Thomas's, Elena's, maybe ours. Sarah's wound bled, her voice sharp. Finish it? You mean another sacrifice? After Elena? Tom's grip tightened on his crowbar, the name Tom glowing brighter. We don't run. We find a way, or the ice takes us. Mark pointed to the sketch, his finger tracing a spiral. This one, I felt it in the crevasse. It's the center, the glacier's will. Break it, and the ice might let go. The frost pulsed, the eye growing, the whispers surging. No, betrayer, no. The base's lights dimmed, the walls groaning, the glacier's presence pressing against their minds. Liam found a log in the archives, Grayson's handwriting frantic. The spiral is the key, the glacier's heart. To break it, offer blood, but the ice chooses who pays. I chose Harrow, and it took me still. A map showed the crevasse, the temple's chamber, and a deeper level. Unmarked but circled in blood, labeled the spiral. Liam's heart sank. The crevasse was a mile out. The chamber burned, but this deeper level, the glacier's true heart, was untouched. A place where the ritual could end or claim them all. We go back, Liam said, his voice resolute. Find a spiral, break the ritual. Sarah's eyes widened, her wound glowing faintly red. Back to the crevasse? After everything, Clara stood, her one-handed grip steady, the name Clara pulsing. The glacier's alive because of us. We woke it, and it won't sleep until the ritual's done. Tom nodded, his crowbar ready, the name Tom await. Elena gave her life. We finished this. Mark's eyes were haunted, his voice faint. I'll show you. I saw it below the chamber. The base shook again, the frost eye smiling, the whispers chanting, "Here, betrayer, here." The evac chopper's signal crackled on the radio, distant but clear, a lifeline they might not reach. They suited up, parkas and boots heavy with dread, the base's lights failing, the frost spreading, the glacier's eye watching. The crevasse was a wound in the snow, its red veins dark but pulsing faintly, the storm's edge a cold whisper. Liam led, the journal's map in his hand, a flare gun at his belt, the cold in his chest a constant burn. Sarah limped, her wound bleeding, the name Sarah forming in the frost. Clara followed, her strength fading, the name Clara etched in the snow. Tom and Mark carried ropes and fuel. The names Tom and Mark glowing faintly, the glacier's mark eternal. The crevasse's entrance yawned, its depths black, the air thick with blood and decay, the whispers faint but persistent. Now, betrayer now, Liam's vision flashed. Elena's sacrifice, Thomas's betrayal, the chamber's fire, the glacier's hunger, and a new image, a spiral carved in ice, glowing red, blood pooling at its center. They descended, ropes tied to ice anchors, the crevasses walls alive with frost patterns, spirals, eyes, hands, the glacier's will. The chamber's ruins lay above, ash and melted ice. But the map pointed deeper, a narrow passage to the spiral. The whispers grew louder, blood for blood, and the cold in Liam's chest pulsed, the black veins spreading. His vision blurring with Elena's face, Thomas's his own. The passage was a tunnel of ice, its walls carved with symbols, glowing red, the air warm, unnatural, pulsing with the glacier's heartbeat. The spiral was a cavern, smaller than the temple. Its floor a massive spiral carved in ice, blood-stained, its center a pool of crimson, glowing with the shard's echo. The face in the ice formed on the walls, not Thomas's, not Elena's, but the glacier's, its eyes hollow, its mouth a jagged maw, the whispers roaring. Yours now, betrayer. Liam set the fuel canisters, his hands shaking, the frost pulsing, the name Liam glowing in the spiral. Sarah's wound bled, the name Sarah forming in the blood. Clara's breath was ragged, the name Clara etched in the frost. Tom and Mark poured the fuel, the names Tom and Mark glowing, the face in the ice screaming now. The whispers surged, blood for blood, and the shadow returned, not Thomas's, but the glacier's. Its form a mass of ice and eyes, its voice ancient, eternal. You cannot break me. Liam lit a flare, the flame hissing, the frost melting, the face in the ice twisting in agony. The whispers screamed, betrayer, and the cavern shook, the spiral cracking, blood rising from its center, the names glowing brighter. Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark. The shadow lunged, its hand piercing Sarah's chest. Frost spreading, her scream cut short as black veins erupted, her eyes glowing red. Liam grabbed her, pulling her back, but the shadow's touch was poison, her body trembling. The name Sarah pulsing in the ice. Clara shouted, "Burn it now." Liam threw the flare, the fuel igniting, the spiral erupting in fire, the face in the ice screaming, its form fracturing. The cavern shook, the blood pool boiling, the symbols melting, the whispers fading. Enough, enough. The team ran, the passage collapsing, the ice closing, the red veins dimming. The face in the ice gone. They climbed, the ropes burning, the crevasse sealing, the glacier's groans softening, the names in the snow fading, the cold in Liam's chest easing, the black veins gone. They reached the surface, the base's lights a faint hope, the storm gone, the glacier silent. Sarah stirred, her eyes clear, the black veins fading, her wound no longer glowing. Clara collapsed, her breath steady, the name Clara buried. Tom and Mark stood, their faces grim. The names Tom and Mark gone, the glaciers mark a memory. Liam's chest was cold, but the whispers were silent. The frost still, the face in the ice vanished. The base waited, the evac chopper's signal clear, a lifeline they could reach. The glacier was quiet, its hunger dimmed, but Liam knew it wasn't over. The ice remembered Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, their defiance, and its soul was eternal, waiting for the next price. The frost on the base's windows was clear, no names, no faces, but the cold lingered, a promise of what lay beneath. Liam held the journal, its symbols a warning, the glacier's ritual broken but not forgotten. The team boarded the chopper, the glacier's expanse fading below, but the cold in their bones remained, the ice's memory a scar. The face in the ice was gone, but the glacier watched, its hunger patient, its price eternal. A whisper of what waited for the next betrayer. The Arctic sky was a bruised gray, the storm's last breaths fading as the evac chopper's blades thrummed over the glacier's silent expanse. Dr. Liam Carter gripped the journal, its blood-stained pages pressed against his chest, the sketch of the temple's symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, burned into his memory. The crevasse was gone, sealed beneath the snow where the spiral's cavern had burned, its blood-stained ice consumed by fire, the glacier's ritual shattered. The whispers were silent, the names Thomas, Elena, Daniel, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, no longer glowing in the frost, but the cold in Liam's chest pulsed, a scar of the glacier's touch, the black veins gone but their echo lingering. Sarah Nguyen sat across from him, her leg wound bandaged, no longer bleeding red, her eyes scanning the chopper's frost-free windows, expecting the face and the eyes to reform. Dr. Clara Holt, her one arm a phantom weight, stared at the floor, the name Clara a memory in her haunted gaze. Tom Brennan clutched his crowbar, the name Tom buried but heavy in his silence. Mark Reynolds, his hands bandaged, whispered, "They're still there, watching." The glacier below was a white void, its red-veined cracks dark, its surface smooth, as if the crevasse, the station. The temple had never existed, yet the ice was alive, its soul older than time, stirred by Edward Grayson's sin, Dr. Elena Voss's sacrifice, and the team's defiance. Liam's vision flashed, the chamber's fire, the shard's explosion, the spiral's blood pool boiling, the glacier's shadow screaming, "You cannot break me." The ritual was broken, the symbols burned, but the glacier's memory was eternal, its hunger dimmed but not extinguished. The journal's warning, the ice chooses who pays, weighed on him. Elena's blood a price that saved them but bound them to the ice. The chopper's cabin was warm, the base's lights a distant beacon, but the cold lingered, a promise that the glacier watched, its eye hidden but unblinking. Sarah's voice broke the silence, her hands trembling. "It's really over, right? The frost, the names, they're gone." She touched her bandage, expecting the glow, but it was dark. Clara's eyes lifted, her voice weak but certain. "The ritual's broken, but the glacier's not just ice. It's a will, a memory. We burned its heart, its temple, but we're still here." "Mark." Tom's grip tightened on his crowbar, his voice low. "Mark, how? We destroyed everything. Grayson Station, the shard, the spiral. What's left?" Mark's eyes, haunted but clear, met Liam's. "Us. Our blood, our guilt. I saw them, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, in the fire. They're part of the ice now, and it knows us." The chopper shook, a faint jolt, not the storm, but the glacier. Its groan audible through the engine's roar, a warning that the ice remembered. Liam opened the journal, its final entry stark. The ice is its soul. The price is all. The symbols, spirals, eyes. Hands were a contract, a binding older than Grayson, tying the team to the glacier's will. His vision flashed. Elena's sacrifice, her blood in the snow, Thomas's shadow fading, the spiral's fire. And a new image, a cavern deeper than the crevasse, untouched by their flames, where the glacier's true soul pulsed, a red spiral glowing, blood pooling at its center. The cold in his chest flared, the black veins faintly returning, and he knew the truth. The spiral was a gate, not the source. The glacier's soul was deeper. Its ritual paused, but not ended. Their blood a down payment on an eternal debt. We didn't finish it, he said, his voice trembling. There's something deeper, a core the ritual protects. We burned the spiral, but the glacier's still awake. Sarah's eyes widened, her wound aching, no longer glowing, but heavy with memory. Deeper? You mean go back? After Elena, Clara's face paled, her one-handed grip tightening on her cot. The symbols, they weren't just for the temple. They're a map, a path to the glacier's soul. If we don't find it, it'll call us back. Tom's crowbar trembled, his voice grim. We barely survived the crevasse. Another cavern's suicide. Mark's voice was a whisper, his eyes distant. I saw it, below the spiral, a red light, blood moving like a river. Elena's there, with Thomas, waiting. The chopper's radio crackled, the pilot's voice cutting through. Base in 2 minutes. Brace for landing. But the frost on the windows pulsed, a single eye forming, not Thomas's, not Elena's, but the glacier's, its gaze piercing Liam, the whispers faint but clear. Yours now, betrayer. The chopper landed, the base's lights stark against the Arctic dusk, medics rushing to them, unaware of the glacier's reach. Liam's chest burned, the cold pulsing, the black veins a faint shadow under his skin. The team stumbled into the infirmary, their wounds, Sarah's leg, Clara's arm, Mark's hands, Tom's silence, Liam's chest, a litany of the ice's price. The frost was gone, the names buried, but the walls felt alive, the air heavy with the glacier's memory. Liam spread the journal on a table, the symbols glowing faintly in his mind. A map to the glacier's core, a cavern deeper than the crevasse, where the red spiral pulsed, blood its currency. We need to go back, he said, his voice resolute. Find the core and the ritual, or it'll never let us go. Sarah's hand shook, her wound aching. Go back. We barely made it out. The chopper's here, we can leave. Clara's eyes burned, her voice firm despite her pain. Leave, and the glacier follows. It's in us, our blood, our guilt. The symbols are a way to break it, or bind us forever. Tom's crowbar rested on the table, the name Tom a memory in his eyes. Elena gave everything. If there's a core, we find it for her. Mark nodded, his hands trembling, his voice faint. I'll show you. I saw it, the red spiral, blood moving, their faces in the ice. The base shook, a tremor soft but deliberate, the frost reforming, a single spiral glowing red, the glacier's eye watching, the whispers chanting. Here, betrayer, here. They gathered gear, flares, ropes, fuel, a drill. The base's supplies meager, but enough. The evac chopper waited, its pilot urging departure, but Liam's resolve was iron. The journal's map showed the crevasse, the chamber's ruins, and a deeper passage, unmarked but pulsing in his mind, the red spiral a beacon. The glacier was a mile out, its surface smooth but deceptive, its cold a living thing. The ice resisting, blood seeping from their hands, the name Liam forming faintly, then fading. The passage opened, a black throat, its walls carved with symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, glowing red. The air warm, pulsing with the glacier's heartbeat. They descended, ropes burning their hands, the passage narrowing, the symbols brighter, the whispers returning, blood for blood. Liam's chest burned, the black veins spreading, his vision blurring with Elena's sacrifice, Thomas's betrayal, the spiral's fire, and the red spiral ahead. Blood pooling, faces in the ice. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now there's... The core was a cavern, vast and silent, its floor a red spiral, blood flowing in rivers, its center a glowing heart. not a shard but ice alive, pulsing with the glacier's soul. The face in the ice formed on the walls, massive, its eyes hollow, its mouth a crevasse, the whispers roaring. Yours now, betrayer. Liam set the fuel, his hands shaking, the name Liam glowing in the blood. Sarah's wound bled, the name Sarah forming in the ice. Clara's breath was ragged, the name Clara etched in the frost. Tom and Mark poured the fuel, the names Tom and Mark glowing, the face in the ice screaming no. The shadow returned, the glacier's will, its form a mass of ice and eyes, its voice ancient. You cannot break me. Liam lit a flare, the flame hissing, the frost melting, the face in the ice twisting in agony. The whispers screamed, betrayer, and the cavern shook, the blood rivers boiling, the spiral cracking, the names glowing brighter. Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tomark. The shadow lunged, its hand piercing Liam's chest, the black veins exploding. His vision filled with the glacier's memory, Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, the team's defiance, the ice's hunger. He threw the flare, the fuel igniting, the spiral erupting in fire. The face in the ice screaming, its form fracturing. The team ran, the cavern collapsing, the blood rivers drying, the whispers fading, enough, enough. They climbed, the ice closing, the red spiral dimming, the face in the ice gone, the glaciers grown silent. They reached the surface, the base's lights a beacon, the glacier quiet, its hunger sated, its soul burned. The names were gone, the frost still, the cold in Liam's chest fading, the black veins vanished. The team stood, their wounds a scar, their guilt a memory, the glaciers I closed. But its memory eternal, a whisper of what waited beneath. The glacier lay silent under the Arctic dusk, its snow-swept surface a deceptive shroud over the crevasses sealed wound. Where the red spiral's cavern had burned to ash, Dr. Liam Carter stumbled toward the base, his breath ragged, the cold in his chest a fading echo of the glacier's touch. The black veins gone, but their shadow lingering. The journal, its pages scorched, was clutched in his bandaged hands. The temple's symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, a map to the glacier's soul. Now a memory of fire and blood. Sarah Gwyn limped beside him, her leg wound dark, no longer glowing, but her eyes darted to the snow, expecting the name Sarah to reform. Dr. Clara Holt leaned on Tom Brennan, her one arm a phantom ache, the name Clara buried but heavy in her silence. Tom's crowbar hung at his side, the name Tom gone, his face grim with the weight of survival. Mark Reynolds walked last, his hands bandaged, his voice a whisper. They're quiet now, but they're there. The glacier's eye was closed, the whispers silenced, the face in the ice burned away, but its memory pulsed, eternal, waiting. The base's lights flickered, a frail beacon against the glacier's expanse, the evac chopper waiting. Its blade still, the pilot's voice a distant call. The team's wounds, Sarah's leg, Clara's arm, Mark's hands, Tom's silence, Liam's chest, were a litany of the ice's price, paid in Elena Voss's blood. Thomas Harrow's vengeance, and the destruction of a shard, the temple, the red spiral. Liam's vision flashed. The chamber's fire, the shard's explosion, the spiral's blood rivers boiling. The glacier's shadow screaming, "You cannot break me." The ritual was broken, the symbols burned, but the glacier's soul was older than time, its hunger sated but not extinguished. The journal's final warning, the ice chooses who pays. Wait on him. Elena's sacrifice a scar, their survival a debt. The frost was gone, the names buried, but the cold lingered. A promise that the glacier remembered, its will patient, its price eternal. Sarah's voice trembled, her hands clutching her parka. We ended it, didn't we? The spiral's gone, the whispers stopped. She touched her bandage, the glow absent, but her eyes searched the snow, wary. Clara's gaze was distant, her voice weak but certain. We burned the glacier's heart, its temple, its core. But it's not just ice. It's a memory, alive, and we're part of it now. Tom's crowbar scraped the snow, his voice low. We paid the price. Elena, the station, everything. What's left to take? Mark's eyes, haunted but clear, met Liam's. Them, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, they're in the ice with it. I saw them in the fire, their faces ours. The base loomed, its walls frost-free. But the air was heavy, the glacier's presence a weight in their bones, a whisper too faint to hear, but too real to ignore. Liam opened the journal, its blood-stained pages brittle. The spiral symbol glowing in his mind. A contract broken, but not forgotten. His vision flashed. Elena's blood in the snow. Thomas's betrayal. The red spiral's fire. And a deeper truth. The glacier's soul wasn't in the shard, the temple, or the spiral, but in the ice itself, boundless, eternal. The ritual had paused, not ended, their blood a tether to its will. The cold in his chest pulsed, faint but persistent, and he saw his own face in the snow, fleeting, accusing. "We need to leave," he said, his voice resolute, "but we don't forget. The glacier knows us, and it'll call again." Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. "Call us? You mean it's not over?" Clara's eyes burned, her one-handed grip tightening. "It's never over. The ice is forever, and we're its memory now." The base's infirmary was a sterile refuge, medics tending their wounds, unaware of the glacier's reach. Liam sat by Clara, her breath steady, her eyes sharp despite her pain. "The symbols were a map," she said, her voice low, but also a trap. "We followed them, broke the ritual, but the glacier chose us, our guilt, our blood." Sarah's leg was stitched, the glow gone, but she flinched at the windows, expecting the frost. "We survived," she said, her voice uncertain. "That's enough, right?" Tom shook his head, his crowbar by his side, the name Tom a shadow in his mind. Elena gave everything. Survival's not enough. Mark lay on a cot, his hands trembling, his voice faint. They're together, Thomas, Elena. Daniel. The ice keeps them, and it knows us. The base shook, a tremor so faint it might have been the chopper's engine, but the frost pulsed, a single spiral forming, not glowing but etched. A reminder. Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, and his vision flashed. The red spiral's fire, the blood rivers drying, the glacier's shadow fading, but a deeper cavern, untouched, where the ice's true soul pulsed, a red eye, blood its currency. The spiral vanished, the frost still, but the cold remained, the glacier's mark eternal. "We need to warn them," Liam said, his voice trembling. "The base, the next team, anyone who comes here. The ice isn't done." Clara nodded, her eyes distant. "The journal, it's proof. We keep it, pass it on." Sarah's hand shook, her wound aching. "Warn them? They'll think we're crazy." Tom's voice was grim. "Let them. We know the truth." The chopper's blade spun, the pilot urging haste, the base's lights dimming. The frost spreading, faint but deliberate. Liam clutched the journal, its symbols a warning. The glacier's ritual paused, but not broken. The team boarded, their wounds a scar, their guilt a chain. The glacier's expanse fading below, but the cold in their bones lingered, the ice's memory a weight. The pilot's voice crackled, clear for takeoff, but the frost on the chopper's windows pulsed. A single eye forming, the glacier's eye, watching, waiting. Liam's vision flashed. Elena's sacrifice, Thomas's vengeance, the red spiral's fire, and a final image, a cavern deeper than the crevasse. A red eye pulsing, blood pooling, faces in the ice, Thomas, Elena, Daniel. Now there's a promise of return. The chopper lifted, the base shrinking, the glacier a white void. Its red veins hidden but alive. Sarah's hand trembled, her wound dark but heavy, the name Sarah a memory. Clara's eyes closed, her one arm a ghost, the name Clara buried but present. Tom's crowbar rested, the name Tom gone but felt. Mark's eyes were haunted, his voice a whisper, they're waiting for us. Liam's chest was cold, the black veins gone, but the glacier's mark pulsed. Elena's sacrifice a scar, their survival a death. The frost eye vanished, the chopper's cabin warm, but the cold lingered, a promise that the glacier remembered, its hunger patient, its price eternal. At the base, medics found the journal, its pages locked away, a warning for the next team, but the frost pulsed, faint but deliberate, a spiral forming, the glacier's eye watching. The team flew south, the Arctic fading, but the cold stayed, the ice's memory a scar in their minds. The glacier was silent, its red eye hidden, but it knew their names, their blood, their guilt, and it waited, its soul eternal. Its ritual paused, but not ended. The frost on the chopper's windows was clear. No names, no faces, but the cold pulsed, a whisper too faint to hear, yours now. Betrayer, a promise of what lay beneath. The chopper landed at a distant outpost, the team's wounds tended, their story dismissed as trauma, but Liam held the journal. Its symbols of truth they couldn't share. The glacier's reach was long, its memory boundless, and the cold in their bones was a tether, a call they couldn't ignore. The frost was gone, the names buried, but the ice watched, its hunger dimmed but alive, waiting for the next betrayer, the next blood to claim. The team sat in silence, the journal await, the glacier's eye a memory, a promise that the ice was eternal, and its price was all. The Arctic dusk deepened, the glacier silent, its red veins pulsing deep below, a red eye watching, blood its currency. Faces in the ice, Thomas, Elena, Daniel. Now there's waiting, eternal, a whisper of what lay beneath. Chapter 8. Into the crevasse. The Arctic outpost was a cluster of steel and concrete. Its lights a dim bulwark against the endless polar night, but the cold that gripped DR. Liam Carter's chest was not born of the wind. It was the glacier's cold, a scar from the crevasse where the red spiral had burned, where DR. Elena Voss's blood had sealed a pact with the ice's eternal soul. The journal, its pages brittle with frost and blood, lay on the outpost's table. Edward Grayson's symbols, spirals, eyes. Hands, a warning of the glacier's unyielding memory. Liam's hands trembled, the black veins gone, but their echo pulsing, his vision haunted by the red, eye deep beneath the ice, watching, waiting. Sarah Nguyen sat nearby, her leg wound stitched, no longer glowing but aching with the name Sarah, a shadow in her mind. Dr. Clara Holt, her one arm a ghost, stared at the frost-free windows. The name Clara buried, but present in her hollow gaze. Tom Brennan leaned against the wall, his crowbar at his feet. The name Tom gone, but heavy in his silence. Mark Reynolds, his hands bandaged, whispered, "It's calling. I hear it." The glacier was 1,000 miles north, its red-veined expanse silent, the crevasse sealed, the shard, temple, and spiral destroyed. Yet the ice's presence followed, a weight in their bones, a cold that stirred their guilt. Elena's sacrifice, Thomas Harrow's vengeance, Daniel's death, their survival. The outpost heaters hummed, but the air was heavy, the frost absent, but the glacier's memory alive, its red eye pulsing in Liam's dreams, blood pooling, faces forming. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now theirs. The journal's final entry, "The ice chooses who pays," was a chain, binding them to the glacier's will, their blood a debt unpaid. The whispers were gone, but the cold spoke, a faint pulse in the walls. A promise that the ice was eternal, its hunger patient, its ritual paused, but not broken. Sarah's voice was brittle, her hands clutching her parka. "We left it behind, didn't we? The glacier. The names, it's over." Her eyes flicked to the windows, expecting the frost, but they were clear. Clara's voice was low, her one-handed grip tightening on her chair. "We burned its heart, its temple, its core, but the glacier's not just ice. It's a soul, and we're part of it now. Our guilt, our blood." Tom's eyes narrowed, his crowbar untouched, the name Tom a memory. "We pay the price, Elena. The station, everything. Why is it still here?" Mark's eyes, haunted but sharp, met Liam's. Because we lived. I saw them, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, in the ice waiting. It wants us back. The outpost shook, a tremor so faint it might have been the wind, but the cold in Liam's chest flared, a whisper too soft to hear. Yours now, betrayer. Liam opened the journal, its symbols glowing in his mind. A map to the glacier's core, a cavern deeper than the crevasse, where the red eye pulsed, blood its currency. His vision flashed, the spiral's fire, Elena's blood. The glacier's shadow fading, but the red eye remained, untouched, eternal. The ritual was broken, but the glacier's soul was boundless. Its will tied to their blood, their guilt. It's not over, he said, his voice steady despite the dread. There's a deeper cavern, the glacier's true heart. We destroyed the spiral, but it's still calling us. Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. Go back. We barely survived the crevasse. Clara's eyes burned, her voice firm. We don't go back, it comes for us. The ice knows our names, our sins. Tom stood, his crowbar in hand, the name Tom await. Elena gave her life. We end this, for her. Mark nodded, his voice faint. I'll show you. I saw it, the red eye, blood moving their faces. The outpost commander dismissed their story as trauma. But Liam's resolve was iron. The journal was proof, its symbols a truth they couldn't ignore. They gathered gear, flares, ropes, fuel, a drill. The outpost supplies sparse but enough. The chopper was grounded, the storm's remnants too fierce. So they took a snowcat, its tracks grinding through the snow, the glacier a distant wound but alive in their minds. The crevasse was a day's journey, its entrance buried but pulsing in Liam's chest, the cold a beacon. Sarah drove, her wound heavy, the name Sarah a memory in the frost-free windshield. Clara navigated, her one arm steady, the name Clara buried but present. Tom and Mark checked the fuel, the names Tom and Mark gone but felt the glacier's mark eternal. The snow was smooth, but the cold whispered, here, betrayer, here, and Liam's vision flashed. Elena's sacrifice, Thomas's betrayal, the red eye waiting. They reached the crevasse at dusk, its entrance a scar in the snow. The red veins dark, but pulsing faintly, the air thick with blood and decay. Liam dug, his hands bleeding, the name Liam forming faintly, then fading. The passage opened, a black throat, its walls carved with symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, glowing red, the air warm, unnatural, pulsing with the glacier's heartbeat. They descended, ropes burning their hands, the passage narrowing. The symbols brighter, the cold in Liam's chest flaring, the black veins faintly returning. The cavern was vast, its floor a red eye, blood flowing in rivers, its center a glowing heart, ice alive, pulsing with the glacier's soul. The face in the ice formed on the walls, massive, its eyes hollow, its mouth a crevasse, the whispers roaring. Yours now, betrayer. Liam set the fuel, his hands shaking, the name Liam glowing in the blood. Sarah's wound bled, the name Sarah forming in the ice. Clara's breath was ragged, the name Clara etched in the frost. Tom and Mark poured the fuel, the names Tom and Mark glowing, the face in the ice screaming no. The shadow returned, the glacier's will, its form a mass of ice and eyes, its voice ancient. You cannot break me. Liam lit a flare, the flame hissing, the frost melting, the face in the ice twisting in agony. The whispers screamed, betrayer, and the cavern shook, the blood rivers boiling, the red eye cracking, the names glowing brighter, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark. The shadow lunged, its hand piercing Liam's chest, the black veins exploding. His vision filled with the glacier's memory, Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, the team's defiance, the ice's hunger. Sarah swung the drill, its blade sparking, the red eye splintering. The whispers screaming, no. Clara shouted, keep going, her one hand steady, the name Clara pulsing. Tom and Mark poured more fuel, the names Tom and Mark glowing, the shadows form fracturing. Liam threw the flare, the fuel igniting, the red eye erupting in fire, the face in the ice screaming, its form shattering. The cavern shook, the blood rivers drying, the symbols melting, the whispers fading. Enough, enough. The team ran, the passage collapsing, the ice closing, the red eye dimming, the face in the ice gone. They climbed, the ropes burning, the crevasse sealing, the glacier's groans softening, the cold in Liam's chest easing, the black veins gone. They reached the surface, the base's lights a beacon, the glacier quiet, its hunger sated, its soul burned. Sarah's wound was dark, the name Sarah buried. Clara's breath was steady, the name Clara gone. Tom and Mark stood, the names Tom and Mark faded, the glacier's mark a memory. Liam's chest was cold, but the whispers were silent, the frost still, the face in the ice vanished. The snowcat waited, the chopper's signal clear, a lifeline they could reach. The glacier was silent, its red eye closed. But Liam knew it wasn't over. The ice remembered Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, their defiance, and its soul was eternal, waiting for the next price. The outpost's warmth was a lie. The frost gone, but the cold lingering, a promise of what lay beneath. Liam held the journal, its symbols a warning, the glacier's ritual broken, but not forgotten. The team boarded the chopper, their wounds a scar, their guilt a memory. The glacier's expanse fading below, but the cold in their bones remained, the ice's memory await. The frost on the chopper's windows was clear, no names, no faces, but the cold pulsed, a whisper too faint to hear. Yours now, betrayer, a promise of what waited for the next betrayer, the next blood to claim. The snowcat's tracks scarred the Arctic snow, grinding toward the outpost as the polar night deepened, its stars cold and distant above the glacier's silent expanse. Dr. Liam Carter sat in the driver's seat, his hands bloodied on the wheel, the journal's singed pages tucked inside his parka, its symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, a haunting map to the glacier's vanquished heart. The red eye's cavern lay buried, its blood rivers dried, its ice heart shattered in a blaze that had silenced the whispers. Blood for blood, betrayer. The cold in his chest had eased, the black veins gone, but a faint pulse remained, a scar of the glacier's touch, tying him to Edward Grayson's sin, Dr. Elena Voss's sacrifice, and the team's defiance. Sarah Nguyen sat beside him, her leg wound bandaged, no longer glowing. But her eyes searched the snow, the name Sarah a shadow in her mind. Dr. Clara Holt gripped the seat, her one arm a phantom pain, the name Clara buried but heavy in her silence. Tom Brennan clutched his crowbar, the name Tom gone but etched in his grim resolve. Mark Reynolds, his hands bandaged, stared into the dark, whispering, "They're quiet, but they're waiting." The glacier was a white void, its red-veined crack sealed, the crevasse's entrance lost beneath fresh snow, the shard, temple, spiral, and red eye destroyed. Yet the ice's presence lingered, a cold that seeped into their bones, a memory that pulsed with the glacier's soul, older than time, stirred by Grayson's betrayal, Elena's blood, and their survival. Liam's vision flashed, the red eyes fire, the blood rivers boiling, the glacier's shadow fracturing, but a deeper truth remained. The ice was eternal, its hunger sated but not extinguished, its ritual broken but not forgotten. The journal's warning, the ice chooses who pays, bound them, their guilt a tether to the glacier's will. The outpost's lights flickered ahead, a frail beacon. But the snow was unmarked, the frost absent, yet the cold whispered, a faint echo too soft to hear. Yours now, betrayer. Sarah's voice was a rasp, her hands trembling. We ended it, didn't we? The red eyes gone, the whispers stopped. Her fingers brushed her bandage, expecting the glow, but it was dark. Clara's eyes were distant, her voice weak but certain. We burned the glacier's heart, its temple, its core, but the ice is more than that. It's a will, a memory, and we're its keepers now. Tom's crowbar rested on his lap, his voice low. We paid everything, Elena, the station, our blood. What's left to take? Mark's eyes, haunted but clear, met Liam's. Us. Our lives, our guilt. I saw them, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, in the fire, part of the ice, waiting for us. The snowcat's engine groaned, the outpost looming, but the cold pulsed, a reminder that the glacier watched, its red eye closed, but its soul alive, eternal. Liam's hand tightened on the journal. Its symbol's a scar in his mind, a contract that had demanded Elena's blood and spared theirs for now. His vision flashed, the red eye's destruction, the glacier's shadow fading. But a deeper cavern flickered, untouched, where the ice's true soul pulsed, a red pulse beyond their reach. The cold in his chest stirred a faint ache, and he saw his own face in the snow, fleeting, accusing. "We need to warn them," he said, his voice resolute. "The outpost, the next team, anyone who comes near the glacier. It's not over." Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. "Warn them? They'll lock us up, call it madness." Clara's one-handed grip tightened, her eyes burning. "Let them. The journal's proof. The ice knows our names, our sins, and it'll call again." Tom nodded, his crowbar steady, the name Tom a memory. "Elena gave her life. We owe her the truth." Mark's voice was faint, his eyes distant. "I'll tell them. I saw it, the ice, their faces, ours." The outpost's warmth was a fragile lie, its heaters humming, but the cold lingering, a weight in their bones. The infirmary was stark, medics tending their wounds, dismissing their story as trauma. But the team's eyes were sharp, the journal a truth they couldn't share. Liam spread its pages on a table, the symbols glowing in his mind, a warning of the glacier's soul. A cavern deeper than the crevasse, where the red pulse waited, blood its currency. "We leave the journal," he said, his voice steady despite the dread, "for the next team, so they know what's out there." Sarah's hand shook, her wound dark but heavy. The name Sarah, a shadow. And us, we just live with this. Clara's voice was firm, her one-arm scar. "We live, but we carry it. Our guilt, the ice's memory. It's in us now." Tom's crowbar rested by the door, the name Tom gone, but felt. "We tell the truth for Elena." Mark nodded, his hands trembling, his voice faint. "They're waiting in the ice." The outpost shook, a tremor so faint it might have been the engine, but the cold pulsed, a single spiral forming on the window, not glowing but etched. A reminder. Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, and his vision flashed. The red eyes fire, the blood rivers drying, the glacier's shadow gone, but the red pulse deeper, a cavern untouched. Faces in the ice, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now theirs. The spiral vanished, the window clear, but the cold remained, the glacier's mark eternal. The commander approached, his face skeptical, but Liam handed him the journal, its pages a warning, a truth they couldn't speak. "Keep this," Liam said, his voice low. "Don't go near the glacier." The commander frowned, but the frost pulsed. Faint but deliberate, a spiral forming in the snow outside, the glacier's eye watching. The evac chopper's blade spun, the pilot urging haste, the outpost lights dimming, the cold spreading. A whisper too faint to hear, "Yours now, betrayer." The team boarded, their wounds a scar, their guilt a chain, the glacier's expanse a memory below, but the cold in their bones lingered. The ices will await. Sarah's hand trembled, her wound dark, the name Sarah buried. Clara's eyes closed, her one arm a ghost, the name Clara gone. Tom's crowbar rested, the name Tom faded. His silence heavy. Mark's eyes were haunted, his voice a whisper, "They're there always." Liam's chest was cold, the black veins gone, but the glacier's mark pulsed, Elena's sacrifice a scar, their survival a debt. The chopper lifted, the outpost shrinking, the glacier a white void, its red pulse hidden but alive. The frost on the chopper's windows was clear, no names, no faces, but the cold pulsed, a promise of what lay beneath. Liam's vision flashed, Elena's blood, Thomas's betrayal, the red eyes, fire, and the deeper cavern, the red pulse, blood pooling. Faces waiting, Thomas, Elena, Daniel. Now there's... The pilot's voice crackled, clear for mainland, but the cold whispered, yours now, betrayer, a truth they couldn't escape. The glacier was silent, its red eye closed, but its soul was eternal, its hunger patient, waiting for the next betrayer, the next blood to claim. The team sat in silence, the journal left behind, a warning for those who'd come, but the cold in their bones was a tether, a call they'd never outrun. The mainland loomed, lights warm but distant, a world unaware of the glacier's reach. Liam's hand tightened on his parka, the journal's absence a weight, its symbols a scar in his mind. Sarah's wound was dark, but her eyes searched the sky, expecting the frost. Clara's one arm ached, her silence a vow, the name Clara a memory. Tom's crowbar was gone, left at the outpost, the name Tom buried but present. Mark's hands trembled, his whisper faint, they're waiting for us. The chopper landed, medics rushing, their story dismissed, but the cold lingered, the glacier's memory a scar, its red pulse a whisper, yours now, betrayer. The ice was far, but its reach was long, its soul eternal, a promise of what waited beneath. The outpost stood silent, the journal locked in a vault, its pages a truth no one would read. The frost pulsed, a spiral forming in the snow. The glacier's eye watching, blood its currency, faces in the ice. Thomas, Elena, Daniel. Now there's, waiting, eternal, a whisper of what lay beneath. The team scattered, their wounds a scar, their guilt a chain, the glacier's cold a vow they'd carry, its hunger patient, its price unpaid, a promise that the ice remembered and it would call again. Chapter 9. The Price of Truth. The mainland city was a sprawl of concrete and neon, its warmth a stark contrast to the Arctic's frozen grip, but the cold in Dr. Liam Carter's chest pulsed. A scar from the glacier's touch, a reminder of the red eyes, fire, and the crevasse's blood-soaked depths. He sat in a dimly lit apartment, the journal gone, left at the Arctic outpost as a warning. But its symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, haunted his dreams, a map to the glacier's eternal soul. The team had scattered, their wounds bandaged, their story dismissed as trauma, but the names, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, lingered, etched in their minds, bound to the ice's memory. Saringwin was somewhere in the city, her leg wound healed but aching, the name Sarah a shadow in her restless sleep. Dr. Clara Holt, her one arm a constant ache, had retreated to a quiet town. The name Clara buried, but present in her haunted eyes. Tom Brennan, his crowbar abandoned, worked a construction job. The name Tom gone, but heavy in his silence. Mark Reynolds, his hand scarred, drifted, his whispers of their waiting, a truth only they understood. The glacier was 1,000 miles away, its red-veined expanse sealed beneath snow, the crevasse, shard, temple, spiral, and red-eye destroyed. Yet its presence followed, a cold that seeped into their bones, a memory that pulsed with the ice's will, stirred by Edward Grayson's betrayal, Dr. Elena Voss's sacrifice, and their survival. Liam's vision flashed, the red eyes fire, the blood rivers drying, the glacier's shadow fracturing, but a deeper cavern loomed, untouched, where the ice's true soul pulsed. A red pulse, blood its currency. The ritual was broken, the symbols burned, but the glacier's soul was eternal, its hunger paused but alive, waiting for the next betrayer. The whispers were silent, but the cold spoke, a faint pulse in the apartment's walls, a promise that the ice remembered, its price unpaid. Liam's phone buzzed, Sarah's name on the screen, her voice trembling. "It's back, Liam. The frost my window, my name." He gripped the table, the cold in his chest flaring, his vision flashing. Elena's blood, Thomas's vengeance, the red pulse waiting. "Where are you?" he asked, his voice steady despite the dread. She gave an address, a run-down apartment across town, and he grabbed his coat. The journal's absence of weight, its symbols a scar. The city's lights blurred as he drove, the cold deepening, the frost forming on his windshield. Not random, but deliberate. A spiral, an eye, the name Liam glowing faintly, then fading. The glacier's reach was long, its memory boundless, and their escape was a lie. The ice had let them go, but only to call them back. Sarah's apartment was a fifth-floor walk-up, its walls peeling, the air heavy with the scent of damp and frost. She opened the door, her face pale, her leg wound dark but aching, the name Sarah glowing on the frost-covered window, blood seeping from its edges. "It started last night," she said, her voice a whisper, pointing to the frost, where a face formed. Not Thomas's, not Elena's, but the glacier's, its eyes hollow, its mouth a crevasse. Liam's chest burned, the cold pulsing, and his vision flashed. The red eyes fire, the spiral's blood, and a new image, a cavern deeper than the crevasse, a red pulse, faces in the ice, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now Sarah's, now his. "It's not over," he said, his voice low. "The glacier's soul, it's still awake, and it wants us." Sarah's hand shook, her voice breaking. "We burned everything, the shard, the temple, the spiral, the red eye. What's left?" Liam's eyes were on the frost, the face in the ice smiling, the name Sarah pulsing, the spiral reforming. Us, our blood, our guilt. The ritual's paused, not broken. There's a deeper cavern, the glacier's true heart. Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. "Go back. We'll die." But Liam's resolve was iron. The cold in his chest a tether. The journal's symbols of truth they couldn't ignore. "We don't go back. It comes for us." The ice knows our names, our sins. The apartment shook. A tremor soft but deliberate. The frost pulsing, the face in the ice growing, its eyes locking onto Liam, the name Liam glowing beside Sarah. He called Clara, her voice faint but sharp. The name Clara a memory in her quiet town. "It's here too," she said, describing frost on her windows, the spiral, her name glowing, blood seeping. Tom answered next, his construction site silent. The name Tom etched in the frost, a crowbar useless against the ice's will. Mark was last, drifting in a coastal city, his voice a whisper, "I see them." Thomas, Elena, Daniel, us in the ice. The team was scattered, but the glacier's reach was boundless, its red pulse calling, their guilt a chain. Liam's vision flashed, the red pulse, blood pooling, faces waiting. The glacier's soul eternal, its hunger patient. "We meet," he said, his voice resolute. "Find a cavern, in the ritual, or the ice takes us all." They converged on a coastal warehouse. A neutral ground far from the Arctic, but the cold followed, frost forming on the walls, spirals, eyes, hands, the names Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, glowing faintly, blood seeping. Clara spread a map. Not the journal's, but a new one, drawn from memory. The crevasses deeper, cavern marked, the red pulse a beacon. "The symbols are a ritual," she said, her one-handed grip steady. "But also a key. We find a cavern, offer blood, break the glacier's soul." Sarah's wound bled, her voice sharp. "Offer blood? Like Elena? Another sacrifice." Tom's crowbar rested on the table. The name Tom await. "We end it for her." Mark's eyes were haunted, his voice faint. "I saw it. The red pulse, blood moving, their faces waiting." The warehouse shook, the frost pulsing. The face in the ice forming, massive, its eyes hollow, its mouth a crevasse, the whispers returning. "Yours now, betrayer." Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, the black veins faintly returning. His vision filled with the glacier's memory, Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, the red eyes fire, the red pulse waiting. They gathered gear, flares, ropes, fuel, a drill, the warehouse's supplies scavenged. A plane chartered to the Arctic, the glacier's call a tether they couldn't break. The frost pulsed, the names glowing, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, the face in the ice smiling, the whispers chanting. Here, betrayer, here. The plane landed on an Arctic airstrip, the glacier a white void, its red veins hidden but pulsing, the crevasse a buried wound. They trekked, the cold deepening, the frost forming in the snow, spirals, eyes, hands, their names glowing faintly, blood seeping. The crevasse's entrance was a scar, the ice resisting, blood seeping from their hands. The name Liam forming, then fading. They descended, ropes burning, the passage narrowing, the symbols brighter, the air warm, pulsing with the glacier's heartbeat. The cavern was vast, its floor a red pulse, blood flowing in rivers, its center a glowing heart. Ice alive, the glacier's soul. The face in the ice formed, massive, its eyes hollow, its mouth a crevasse. The whispers roaring, yours now, betrayer. Liam set the fuel, his hands shaking, the name Liam glowing in the blood. Sarah's wound bled, the name Sarah forming in the ice. Clara's breath was ragged, the name Clara etched in the frost. Tom and Mark poured the fuel, the names Tom and Mark glowing, the face in the ice screaming now. The shadow returned, the glacier's will. Its form a mass of ice and eyes, its voice ancient. You cannot break me. Liam lit a flare, the flame hissing, the frost melting, the face in the ice twisting in agony. The whispers screamed, betrayer. And the cavern shook, the blood rivers boiling, the red pulse cracking, the names glowing brighter. Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark. The shadow lunged, its hand piercing Liam's chest. The black veins exploding, his vision filled with the glacier's memory. Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, their defiance, the ice's hunger. The cavern pulsed with the glacier's heartbeat, its red glow bathing the ice in a bloody sheen. The air thick with the stench of decay and the weight of eternity. Dr. Liam Carter staggered under the shadow's grasp, its icy hand piercing his chest. The black veins erupting across his skin, a searing cold that bound him to the glacier's soul. The red pulse at the cavern's center throbbed, a living heart of ice, blood rivers flowing from it. Carving spirals in the floor that mirrored the symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, from Edward Grayson's journal. The whispers roared, yours now, betrayer. Weaving Liam's guilt, his failure to save Elena Voss, his skepticism in the face of the ice's will, with Thomas Harrow's vengeance and the team's survival. Sarah Nguyen swung the drill, its blade sparking against the red pulse, her leg wound bleeding, the name Sarah glowing in the ice. Dr. Clara Holt, her one arm a phantom ache, poured fuel, the name Clara etched in the frost. Her breath ragged, but her eyes fierce. Tom Brennan and Mark Reynolds held the ropes, the names Tom and Mark pulsing in the blood rivers, their faces grim as the face in the ice loomed on the walls. Massive, its hollow eyes and crevasse mouth screaming no. Liam's vision flashed, Grayson's betrayal, Elena's blood in the snow, the red eyes fire, the spirals ash, and now the red pulse. The glacier's true soul, untouched by their earlier victories. The shadow's grip tightened, the black veins spreading to his face, his heart stuttering, the cold whispering his sins. You doubted. You lived, you pay. He gasped, clutching the flare, its flame flickering as the frost pulsed, the symbols glowing brighter, a ritual older than time demanding blood, a soul to bind the ice's will. Sarah's drill struck again, the red pulse cracking, blood spraying, the whispers screaming, betrayer, no. The cavern shook, ice shards raining, the blood rivers boiling, the face in the ice twisting in agony. Clara shouted, more fuel, break it, her one-handed grip steady, the name Clara pulsing as she poured, the frost melting under the heat. Tom and Mark pulled the ropes, their strength waning, the names Tom and Mark glowing. The shadow's form fracturing but unrelenting. The shadow lunged at Sarah, its hand grazing her chest. Frost spreading, black veins erupting, her scream echoing as her eyes glowed red. the name Sarah blazing in the ice. Liam tore free, the flare's heat burning his hand, and threw it into the fuel. The cavern erupting in fire, the red pulse shattering, blood rivers evaporating, the face in the ice screaming, its form splintering. The whispers surged, "No, betrayer, no," then softened, "Enough." Enough, as the red pulse dimmed, its glow fading, the symbols melting, the shadow dissolving into mist. Sarah collapsed, her eyes clearing, the black veins receding. Her wound no longer glowing, but bleeding freely, the name Sarah fading. Clara fell to her knees, her breath shallow, the name Clara gone, the frost still. Tom and Mark held the ropes. The names Tom and Mark buried, their faces pale but resolute, the cavern's heat searing their skin. The ice groaned, the cavern collapsing, walls closing in, blood-soaked, ice cracking like bone. Liam dragged Sarah, her body limp, the drill clattering, while Clara stumbled, her one arm useless, the frost patterns vanishing. Tom and Mark climbed, the ropes burning, the passage narrowing. The red pulse's light gone, the glacier's heartbeat silent. Liam's chest burned, the cold easing, the black veins fading, his vision clearing. Elena's sacrifice, Thomas's shadow, the red pulse's fire. And a final image, a deeper cavern, a faint red glow, untouched, waiting. The whispers were silent, but the cold lingered, a promise that the glacier's soul was eternal, its hunger paused but alive, its ritual broken but not forgotten. They reached the surface, collapsing onto the snow, the crevasse ceiling, the glacier a white void, its red veins dark. The names, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, buried under fresh powder. The snowcat waited, its engine a faint hum, the outpost's lights a distant beacon in the polar night. Liam's breath fogged, the cold in his chest a scar. The journal's absence a weight, its symbols a truth etched in his mind. Sarah stirred, her eyes haunted but clear, her wound dark, the name Sarah a memory. Clara sat up, her one arm a shadow, the name Clara gone, her voice weak but certain. We broke the heart, but the ice, it's still there waiting. Tom's crowbar rested in the snow, the name Tom buried, his silence heavy with resolve. Mark's hands trembled, his whisper faint, they're quiet. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, but they're part of it. The glacier was silent, its red eye closed, but Liam felt it, the ice's memory, its will. Watching, patient, eternal. They drove back, the snowcat's tracks fleeting in the snow, the outpost's warmth a fragile lie. The infirmary was stark, medics tending their wounds, their story dismissed. But the team's eyes were sharp, the cold a tether they couldn't break. Liam sat by Sarah, her leg bandaged, her voice a whisper. Is it really over? Her eyes searched the frost-free windows, expecting the spiral, the name Sarah. Clara's one-handed grip tightened, her voice low. We burned the glacier's soul, but it's not just ice. It's a will, and we're its keepers. Our blood, our guilt. Tom's crowbar lay by the door. The name Tom a shadow, his voice grim. Elena paid everything. We owe her the truth. Mark nodded, his hand scarred, his voice faint. They're waiting in the ice for the next ones. The outpost shook, a tremor so faint it might have been the wind, but the cold pulsed, a single spiral forming in the snow outside, not glowing but etched, a reminder. Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, his vision flashing, the red pulses fire, the blood rivers drying, the glacier's shadow gone, but the deeper cavern, the faint red glow, faces waiting. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now there's... The spiral vanished, the snow clear, but the cold remained, the glacier's mark eternal. We warn them, Liam said, his voice resolute. The outpost, the world, anyone who goes near the glacier. It's not over. Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. Warn them? They'll think we're mad. Clara's eyes burned. Let them. The ice knows our names, our sins, and it'll call again. The evac chopper's blade spun, the pilot urging haste, the outpost's lights dimming, the cold spreading, a whisper too faint to hear. Yours now, betrayer. The team boarded, their wounds a scar, their guilt a chain, the glacier's expanse a memory below, but the cold in their bones lingered, the ices will await. Sarah's hand trembled, her wound dark. The name Sarah buried. Clara's eyes closed, her one arm a ghost, the name Clara gone. Tom's crowbar was gone, left behind, the name Tom faded. Mark's eyes were haunted, his whisper faint. They're there always. Liam's chest was cold, the black veins gone, but the glacier's mark pulsed. Elena's sacrifice a scar, their survival a debt. The chopper lifted, the outpost shrinking. The glacier a white void, its red pulse hidden but alive. The frost on the chopper's windows was clear. No names, no faces, but the cold pulsed, a promise of what lay beneath. Liam's vision flashed. Elena's blood, Thomas's betrayal, the red pulse's fire, and the deeper cavern, the red glow, blood pooling, faces waiting. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now theirs. The pilot's voice crackled. Mainland in 6 hours, but the cold whispered, yours now, betrayer, a truth they couldn't escape. The glacier was silent, its red eye closed, but its soul was eternal. Its hunger patient, waiting for the next betrayer, the next blood to claim. The mainland loomed, its lights warm but distant, a world unaware of the glacier's reach. Liam's hand tightened on his parka, the journal's absence await, its symbols a scar. The team scattered, their wounds a scar, their guilt a chain, the glacier's cold a vow they'd carry. Its hunger patient, its price unpaid, a promise that the ice remembered, and it would call again. The frost was gone, the names buried, but the cold pulsed, a whisper too faint to hear, yours now, betrayer, a promise of what waited beneath, eternal waiting. The chopper's blades sliced through the polar night, carrying Dr. Liam Carter and the remnants of his team toward the mainland. The Arctic's frozen expanse, a fading wound below. The cold in Liam's chest pulsed, a scar from the glacier's touch. The red pulse's fire still burning in his mind. Its blood rivers dried. Its ice heart shattered, but the glacier's soul eternal, unbound by the destruction of shard, temple, spiral, or cavern. The journal was gone, left at the outpost as a warning. But its symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, haunted him, a contract tying their blood to the ice's will. Sarah Nguyen clutched her bandaged leg. The name Sarah no longer glowing but heavy in her trembling hands, her eyes scanning the chopper's frost-free windows for a face that wasn't there. Dr. Clara Holt, her one arm a phantom ache, stared into the dark, the name Clara buried but alive in her haunted gaze. Tom Brennan gripped the seat, his crowbar left behind, the name Tom gone but etched in his silence. Mark Reynolds, his scarred hand still, whispered, they're waiting, always waiting. The glacier was 1,000 miles behind, its red-veined cracks sealed, the crevasse a buried scar. Yet its presence clung to them, a cold that pulsed in their bones, a memory that wove Edward Grayson's betrayal, Dr. Elena Voss's sacrifice, Thomas Harrow's vengeance, and their guilt into an unending ritual. Liam's vision flashed, the red pulse's fire, the blood rivers evaporating, the glacier's shadow fracturing, but a deeper truth lingered. The ice's soul was boundless, its hunger paused but alive, waiting for their return. The whispers were silent, but the cold spoke, a faint pulse in the chopper's walls. A promise that the ice remembered, its price unpaid, its red eye hidden but watching. The mainland's lights flickered on the horizon, a world unaware of the glacier's reach. But the team carried it, their wounds, their guilt, the ice's vow. Sarah's voice was a whisper, her hands shaking. We destroyed it all. The shard, the temple, the spiral, the red pulse. Why do I still feel it? Her fingers brushed her bandage, expecting the glow, but it was dark, the name Sarah, a shadow. Clara's eyes were sharp, her voice weak, but certain. We broke the ritual, burned the glacier's heart, but the ice is more than that. It's a will, eternal, and we're its keepers. Our blood, our sins. Tom's silence was heavy. The name Tom gone but present, his voice low. Elena gave her life. We survived. Isn't that enough? Mark's eyes, haunted but clear, met Liam's. No, I saw them, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, in the eyes part of it. They're waiting for us. The next price. The chopper shook, a jolt too faint for turbulence, the cold pulsing, a spiral forming on the window, not glowing but etched, a reminder. Liam's hand tightened on his parka. The journal's absence await, its symbols a scar in his mind. His vision flashed. Elena's blood in the snow, Thomas's knife wound betrayal, the red pulse's fire, and a deeper cavern, a red glow. Blood pooling, faces waiting, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now theirs. It's not over, he said, his voice resolute. The glacier let us go, but it's calling us back. There's a deeper core, a final heart we didn't touch. Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. Go back. After everything. Clara's one-handed grip tightened, her eyes burning. We don't go back, it comes for us. The ice knows our names, our guilt. Tom's silence broke, his voice grim. We owe Elena. If there's a core, we find it. Mark nodded, his whisper faint. I saw it, the red glow, blood moving. Their faces ours. The chopper landed at a mainland airstrip. The city's lights warm but distant, a world that dismissed their story as madness. The team huddled in a motel, its walls peeling. The air heavy with the scent of damp, but the frost was absent, the cold within them. Liam spread a map, not the journals, but a sketch from memory. The crevasses deeper, cavern marked. The red glow a beacon. We need to return, he said, his voice steady despite the dread. Find the core, and the glacier's will, or it'll never let us go. Sarah's hand shook, her wound dark but heavy, the name Sarah a memory. Return? We'll die. Clara's voice was firm, her one arm a scar. Die here or die there, the ice chooses. The symbols are a ritual, a way to break it, or bind us forever. Tom stood, his hands empty, the name Tom gone but felt for Elena. Mark's eyes were haunted, his voice faint. I'll show you. The red glow, their faces. They gathered gear, flares, ropes, fuel, a drill, scavenged from the city's outskirts. A plane chartered back to the Arctic. The glaciers call a tether they couldn't break. The motel shook. A tremor soft but deliberate, the frost forming on the window, a spiral, an eye, the names Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, glowing faintly, blood seeping, then fading. The face in the ice didn't form, but the cold pulsed, the glacier's eye watching, its whispers too faint to hear. Yours now, betrayer. The plane took off, the city fading, the Arctic looming. Its white void a promise of what waited beneath. Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, his vision flashing. The red pulses fire, the deeper cavern, the red glow, blood pooling, faces waiting. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now theirs. The Arctic airstrip was a frozen scar, the glacier a mile out. Its surface smooth but deceptive, the crevasse's entrance buried but pulsing in Liam's chest. They trekked, the cold deepening, the frost forming in the snow, spirals, eyes, hands, their names glowing faintly, blood seeping. The crevasse's scar opened under their drill, the ice resisting. Blood seeping from their hands, the name Liam forming, then fading. They descended, ropes burning, the passage narrowing, the symbols brighter, the air warm, pulsing with the glacier's heartbeat. The cavern was a void, its floor a red glow, blood flowing in rivers, its center a glowing heart, ice alive, the glacier's final soul. The face in the ice formed, massive, its eyes hollow, its mouth a crevasse, the whispers roaring, yours now, betrayer. Liam set the fuel, his hands shaking, the name Liam glowing in the blood. Sarah's wound bled, the name Sarah forming in the ice. Clara's breath was ragged, the name Clara etched in the frost. Tom and Mark poured the fuel, the names Tom and Mark glowing, the face in the ice screaming no. The shadow returned, the glacier's will. Its form a mass of ice and eyes, its voice ancient. You cannot break me. Liam lit a flare, the flame hissing, the frost melting, the face in the ice twisting in agony. The whisper screamed, betrayer. And the cavern shook, the blood rivers boiling, the red glow cracking, the names glowing brighter. Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark. The shadow lunged, its hand piercing Sarah's chest, frost spreading, black veins erupting, her scream echoing as her eyes glowed red, the name Sarah blazing. Liam tore the flare free, his chest burning, the black veins fading, and threw into the fuel. The cavern erupting in fire, the red glow shattering, blood rivers drying, the face in the ice screaming, its form splintering. The whispers surged, no betrayer, no, then softened, enough, enough. As the red glow dimmed, the symbols melting, the shadow dissolving. Sarah collapsed, her eyes clearing, the black veins gone, her wound dark, the name Sarah fading. Clara fell, her breath shallow, the name Clara gone. Tom and Mark held the ropes, the names Tom and Mark buried, the cavern's heat searing. The ice groaned, the cavern collapsing, walls closing, blood-soaked, ice cracking. They climbed, the ropes burning, the passage sealing, the glacier's heartbeat silent, the cold in Liam's chest easing, the black veins gone. They reached the surface, the outpost's lights gone. The Arctic a white void, the glacier silent, its red glow buried, its hunger sated. Sarah stirred, her wound dark, the name Sarah a memory. Clara's breath was steady, the name Clara gone. Tom and Mark stood, the names Tom and Mark faded, the glaciers mark a scar. Liam's chest was cold, the whispers silent, the frost still, the face and the ice vanished. The snowcat was buried, the plane gone, their isolation complete, but the glacier was quiet, its soul burned, its will broken. The mainland waited, a world unaware, but the cold in their bones lingered. The ice's memory a vow, a promise that it watched, its hunger patient, its price eternal. The frost was gone, the names buried, but the cold pulsed, a whisper too faint to hear, yours now, betrayer. A truth they'd carry, the glaciers I closed, but alive, waiting for the next blood to claim. Chapter 10, Ashes in the Snow. The Arctic night was a void, its stars swallowed by the glacier's silent expanse, a frozen wasteland that stretched unbroken where the crevasse's scar had sealed. Dr. Liam Carter stood on the snow, his breath fogging in the sub-zero air, the cold in his chest a fading pulse, a scar from the glacier's final heart. The red glow, now burned to ash in the cavern's fire. The journal was gone, left at the outpost, its symbols, spirals, eyes, hands, a haunting truth etched in his mind, binding him to Edward Grayson's betrayal, Dr. Elena Voss's sacrifice, and Thomas Harrow's vengeance. Sarah Nguyen leaned against him, her leg wound dark, no longer bleeding, the name Sarah buried but heavy in her trembling hands. Dr. Clara Holt, her one arm a phantom ache, scanned the horizon, the name Clara gone but alive in her haunted eyes. Tom Brennan gripped his empty hands, his crowbar lost, the name Tom faded but etched in his silence. Mark Reynolds, his scarred hand still, whispered, they're quiet, but they're there. The glacier was a white tomb, its red-veined cracks buried, the crevasse, shard, temple, spiral, red eye, and red glow destroyed. Yet the ice's presence clung to them, a cold that pulsed in their bones, a memory that wove their guilt. Elena's blood, Daniel's death. Their survival, into the glacier's eternal soul. Liam's vision flashed, the red glow's fire, the blood rivers drying, the glacier's shadow splintering, but a deeper truth lingered. The ice was boundless, its hunger sated but alive, its ritual broken but not erased. The whispers were silent, But the cold spoke, a faint pulse in the snow, a promise that the glacier remembered. Its red eye closed, but watching, its price unpaid. The outpost was gone, the snowcap buried. The plain vanished, their isolation absolute. The mainland a distant dream in a world unaware of the ice's reach. Sarah's voice was a rasp, her hands clutching her parka. We ended it, didn't we? The red glow's gone, the frost stopped. Her eyes searched the snow, expecting the name Sarah to reform, but it was smooth. Clara's voice was weak but certain, her one-handed grip steady. We burned the glacier's soul, its heart, its will. But the ice is more than that. It's a memory, eternal, and we're its keepers. Our blood, our sins. Tom's silence was heavy. The name Tom gone but present, his voice low. Elena gave everything. We survived. Isn't that enough? Mark's eyes, haunted but clear, met Liam's. No, I saw them, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, in the ice, part of it. They're waiting, and the ice knows us. The snow crunched under their boots, the glacier silent, but the cold pulsed, a spiral forming faintly in the snow, not glowing but etched, a reminder. Liam's hand tightened on his parka. The journal's absence await, its symbols a scar. His vision flashed. Elena's blood in the snow, Thomas's knife wound betrayal, the red glow's fire, and a final image. A cavern deeper than the crevasse, a faint red pulse, blood pooling, faces waiting, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now theirs. It's not over, he said, his voice resolute. The glacier let us live, but it's still there, its soul alive, calling us back. Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. Calling us? We destroyed everything. How can still want us? Clara's eyes burned, her one arm a scar. Because we're its price. The ice chose us, our guilt, our blood. It's not done. Tom's hands clenched, the name Tom a memory, his voice grim. We owe Elena. If it's calling, we answer. Mark nodded, his whisper faint. I saw it, the red pulse, their faces ours. The glacier stretched before them, a white void, its surface smooth but deceptive, the cold a tether they couldn't break. Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, his vision flashing. The red glow's fire, the deeper cavern, the red pulse, blood pooling, faces waiting. We need to find a way out, he said, his voice steady despite the dread. Signal for rescue. Warn the world where the ice will take us. Sarah's hand shook, her wound dark but heavy, the name Sarah buried. Rescue? There's nothing left, no outpost, no plane. Clara's voice was firm, her one-handed grip steady. The ice let us go once. It'll let us signal, but it'll call us back. Tom stood, his hands empty. The name Tom gone but felt. For Elena we try. Mark's eyes were haunted, his voice faint. They're waiting in the ice. They scavenged the snow, finding a buried emergency kit, a flare gun, a radio. Its battery weak but alive. Liam fired a flare, its red arc piercing the night, a beacon against the glacier silence. The radio crackled, static laced with a faint signal, a distant voice. A lifeline too far to trust. The cold pulsed, the spiral in the snow deepening, blood seeping from its edges, the names Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, forming faintly, then fading. The face in the ice didn't form, but the cold whispered, yours now, betrayer, a truth they couldn't escape. Liam's vision flashed, Elena's sacrifice, Thomas's shadow, the red pulse's fire. In the deeper cavern, the red glow, faces waiting, Thomas, Elena, Daniel now, theirs. The radio's signal grew, a voice breaking through. This is Rescue 1, coordinates locked, ETA 6 hours. Hope flickered, but the cold deepened, the spiral pulsing, the glacier's eye watching, its hunger patient. They huddled in the snow, the flare's light fading, the radio's static a frail pulse. Liam's chest burned, the cold a scar, his vision flashing. The red pulse, blood pooling, faces in the ice, his own face, accusing, betraying. We warn them, he said, his voice resolute. The rescue team, the world, anyone who nears the glacier. It's alive, and it'll call again. Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. Warn them? They'll think we're insane. Clara's eyes burned. Her one-handed grip steady. Let them. The ice knows our names, our sins, and it'll take them too. Tom's silence broke, his voice grim. Elena paid everything. We tell the truth for her. Mark nodded, his whisper faint. They're there. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, waiting for the next ones. The glacier groaned, a tremor soft but deliberate, the spiral in the snow pulsing, blood seeping. The names glowing faintly, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark. The cold deepened, the frost forming in the air, not on the snow, but around them. A mist of eyes, hands, faces, Thomas's, Elena's, Daniel's. Now theirs. Liam's vision flashed, the red pulses fire, the deeper cavern, the red glow, blood pooling, his face in the ice, accusing. The radio crackled, the rescue voice clearer, rescue one. 3 hours out, hold position. But the cold pulsed, the frost mist tightening, the faces in the ice smiling, the whispers returning, faint but clear. Yours now, betrayer. The team stood, their wounds a scar, their guilt a chain, the glacier's expanse a memory. But the cold in their bones was a vow, a promise that the ice watched, its hunger eternal. The frost mist thickened, the faces sharpening, Thomas, his throat slashed, Elena, her chest bleeding, Daniel, his hand reaching, and now Liam, his eyes hollow, his mouth a crevasse. Sarah's wound bled, the name Sarah glowing in the mist. Clara's one arm ached, the name Clara pulsing. Tom's hands clenched, the name Tom etched in the frost. Mark's eyes widened, his whisper gasped. They're here with us. Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, his vision filled with the glacier's memory. Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, the red pulses fire, and the deeper cavern, the red glow. Blood pooling, faces waiting. The rescue chopper's roar broke through, its lights piercing the night, but the frost mist tightened, the faces screaming, the whispers roaring. Yours now, betrayer. Liam raised a flare gun, his hand shaking, the cold of fire in his chest, and fired, the red arc blazing, a signal of defiance. The frost mist recoiled, the faces fading, the names dimming, the whispers softening. Enough, enough. The chopper landed, its doors opening, medics rushing, their faces pale, unaware of the ice's reach. Liam dragged Sarah, her wound dark, the name Sarah buried. Clara stumbled, her one arm a scar, the name Clara gone. Tom and Mark followed. The names Tom and Mark faded, their silence heavy. The glacier was silent, its red eye closed, but the cold pulsed. A promise that the ice remembered, its soul eternal, its hunger waiting for the next blood to claim. The chopper lifted, the glacier fading, the mainland's lights a distant hope. But the cold in their bones lingered, the ice's memory a vow, a whisper too faint to hear. Yours now, betrayer. The frost was gone, the names buried, but the glacier watched, its hunger patient, its price unpaid, a promise of what waited beneath, eternal, waiting. The rescue chopper's blades roared, clawing through the Arctic night as it carried DR. Liam Carter and the remnants of his team away from the glacier's frozen grasp. The mainland's lights flickered on the horizon, a fragile promise of safety, but the cold in Liam's chest pulsed. A scar from the glacier's soul, the red glow's fire now ash, yet its memory eternal, binding him to Edward Grayson's betrayal, Dr. Elena Voss's sacrifice, and Thomas Harrow's vengeance. Sarah Nguyen sat strapped in, her leg wound bandaged, no longer bleeding. The name Sarah buried but heavy in her trembling hands, her eyes locked on the chopper's frost-free windows, expecting the face in the ice to reform. Dr. Clara Holt, her one arm a phantom ache, gripped the seat, the name Clara gone but alive in her haunted gaze, her breath shallow but resolute. Tom Brennan's hands were empty, his crowbar lost. The name Tom faded, but etched in his grim silence. Mark Reynolds, his scarred hand still, stared into the void. His whisper barely audible over the engine. "They're there." Thomas, Elena, Daniel waiting. The glacier was a fading white void below, its red-veined cracks sealed, the crevasse charred temple, spiral, red eye, and red glow destroyed. Yet its presence clung to them, a cold that pulsed in their bones, a memory that wove their guilt. Elena's blood, Daniel's death. Their survival, into the ice's boundless will. Liam's vision flashed. The red glow's fire, the blood rivers drying, the glacier's shadow splintering, but a deeper truth lingered. The ice was eternal. Its hunger sated but alive, its ritual broken but not erased. The whispers were silent, the frost mist gone. The names, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, buried under snow, but the cold spoke. A faint pulse in the chopper's walls, a promise that the glacier remembered, its red eye closed but watching, its price unpaid. The journal was gone, left as a warning, its symbols spirals eyes. Hands, a scar in their minds, a contract tying their blood to the ice's soul. Sarah's voice cracked, her hands clutching her parka. "We're free, right?" The glacier's gone, the name stopped. Her eyes darted to the windows, expecting the spiral, but they were clear, the frost absent. Clara's voice was low, her one-handed grip steady despite her pain. "We burned its heart, its soul, but the ice is more than that. It's a will, eternal, and we're its keepers. Our guilt, our blood." Tom's silence was heavy, the name Tom gone but present, his voice grim. Elena gave her life. "We survived. That's enough, isn't it?" Mark's eyes, haunted but clear, met Liam's. "No, I saw them, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, in the ice part of it. They're waiting, and the ice knows us." The chopper shook, a jolt too faint for turbulence, the cold pulsing, a spiral forming faintly on the window, not glowing but etched, blood seeping from its edges, then fading. Liam's hand tightened on his parka, the journal's absence a weight, its symbols a truth they couldn't escape. His vision flashed. Elena's blood in the snow, Thomas's knife wound betrayal, the red glow's fire, and a final image, a cavern deeper than the crevasse, a faint red pulse, blood pooling, faces waiting, Thomas, Elena, Daniel, now theirs. "It's not over," he said, his voice resolute. "The glacier let us go, but it's still there, its soul alive, watching." Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. "Watching? We destroyed everything. How can it still reach us?" Clara's eyes burned, her one arm a scar. "Because we're its price. The ice chose us, our guilt, our blood. It's in us now." Tom's hands clenched, the name Tom a memory, his voice low. "We owe Elena. We tell the truth, warn them." Mark nodded, his whisper faint. "They're there, always waiting." The chopper's radio crackled, the pilot's voice cutting through. "Mainland in 2 hours, hold tight." But the cold pulsed, the spiral on the window deepening, blood seeping, the names, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, forming faintly in the frost, then dissolving. The face in the ice didn't form, but the cold whispered, "Yours now, betrayer," a truth they couldn't outrun. Liam's chest burned, the cold flaring, his vision filled with the glacier's memory, Grayson's sin, Elena's blood. The red glow's fire, and the deeper cavern, the red pulse, blood pooling, faces waiting. The rescue had saved their bodies, but the glacier held their souls, their guilt a tether, their survival a debt. The mainland loomed, its lights warm but distant, a world that would dismiss their story, but the cold in their bones was a vow, a promise that the ice watched. Its hunger patient, its price eternal. Liam's resolve hardened, his voice cutting through the cabin's hum. "We warn them, the mainland, the world, anyone who nears the glacier. It's alive, and it'll call again." Sarah's hand shook, her wound dark but heavy, the name Sarah buried, her voice trembling. "Warn them? They'll lock us up, call it madness." Clara's one-handed grip tightened, her eyes fierce. Let them. The ice knows our names, our sins, and it'll take them too. Tom's silence broke, his voice grim. Elena paid everything. We tell the truth for her. Mark's eyes widened, his whisper a gasp. They're there. Thomas, Elena, Daniel, waiting for the next ones. The chopper's windows pulsed, the frost forming faintly, a spiral, an eye, the names glowing, blood seeping, then fading, the cold a whisper too faint to hear. Yours now, betrayer. The mainland city was a blur of lights and noise, its warmth a lie against the cold that pulsed in their bones. The team scattered, their wounds bandaged, their story dismissed as trauma, but the ice followed, a shadow in their dreams, a pulse in their blood. Liam sat in a cheap motel, a map sketched from memory, the crevasse, the deeper cavern, the red pulse, spread before him, a truth he couldn't share. Sarah called, her voice frantic, frost on her apartment window. The name Sarah glowing, blood seeping. Clara emailed, her one arm typing, frost in her quiet town, the name Clara pulsing. Tom texted, his construction site silent, frost on the steel. The name Tom etched. Mark drifted, his voice a whisper on the phone. They're calling. Thomas, Elena, Daniels. The glacier's reach was boundless, its red pulse faint but alive. Their guilt a chain, their survival a debt. Liam gathered them, a warehouse on the city's edge, its walls frost-free but heavy with the ice's memory. He spread the map, the red pulse marked. A final heart untouched, the glacier's soul eternal. We can't go back, he said, his voice resolute. But we can warn them. Write it, record it, spread it. The glacier's alive, and it'll take anyone who nears it. Sarah's wound ached, her voice a gasp. Write it? They'll laugh, or worse. Clara's eyes burned, her one-handed grip steady. Let them. The ice knows our names, and it'll call again. Tom's hands were empty, the name Tom gone but felt, his voice grim. For Elena, we try. Mark nodded, his scarred hands trembling, his whisper faint. They're waiting for the next ones. They wrote, recorded, uploaded a video, a manifesto, a warning titled The Glacier's Truth, posted to every platform. The symbol sketched, their story raw. Grayson's sin, Elena's blood, the red pulse's fire, the ice's eternal hunger. The cold pulsed, the warehouse's walls frosting. The names, Liam, Clara, Sarah, Tom, Mark, glowing faintly, blood seeping, then fading. The video spread, mocked by some, believed by few, but the frost pulsed, a spiral forming, the glacier's eye watching, its whisper faint. Yours now, betrayer. The team scattered again, their wounds a scar, their guilt a vow, the ice's memory a chain. But the warning was out, a beacon for those who'd come, a truth for Elena. The glacier stood silent, its red pulse buried, its red eye closed, but its soul pulsed, eternal, waiting. The frost was gone, the names buried, but the cold lingered, a promise of what lay beneath. Liam's chest was cold, the black veins gone, but the glacier's mark was eternal. Elena's sacrifice a scar, their survival a question. Had they escaped, or were they still bound, waiting for the ice to call? The world watched their video. Some laughed, some wondered, but the glacier knew, its hunger patient, its price unpaid, a whisper of what waited beneath, eternal, watching. And now, dear listeners, what do you think? Is the glacier truly silent, or does it wait for the next betrayer, the next blood to claim? Have you felt a cold you can't explain, a whisper in the dark? Share your thoughts in the comments. Like this video, and subscribe to Eli Nightfall for more chilling tales. Hit the bell. Don't miss the next story, because the ice is always listening and it knows your name.